Hello, everyone, and welcome back to another episode of No More Kids in Scientology. Hello, Texas Audit 101. Today, you guys, we're going to continue to discuss, contextualize, and help everyone in the community really refocus their attention, because there's a lot of blah, blah, blah. There's a lot of egos hurt. There's a lot of whining. There's a lot of complaining. There's a lot of situations that have arisen out of these videos released by Mike Rinder, who were meant to distract, who were meant to, again, misdirect the attention to what needs to be understood in order to make headway in actually helping kids be safe, be put out of harm's way, and Scientology parents getting the memo that they refuse to pretend matters. The memo is follow the goddamn laws of the goddamn country that you are living in, Scientology parents. Starting from you, Mike Rinder, you can start following the law, because today we're going to be focusing right here on this little interview where Mike Rinder was in a very safe space with Leah Remini discussing extremely incriminating, highly incriminating information, admissions of actual guilt. Never mind that are all said through the filter of his decades of being a publicist for a convicted felon, decades of him hobnobbing with top of the line so-called attorneys that he really became very, very well adept at handling at his little fingertips. That was Mike Rinder's superpower. Did you get that superpower from L. Hubbard, Mike Rinder? Maybe you did. Maybe that's why you were so obsessed with pitching him to the IRS as an American-bred god. But today we're going to see the inconsistencies of what you've been saying, and we're going to continue contextualizing a lot of damning things that have been accepted by you on the public record that you could have really been doing a lot more on this subject that you have completely left out of your series of your big comeback to YouTube. So this is what we are discussing every day here, you guys, because again, this is not a channel for gossip. This is not a channel for complaints. This is not a channel for people to get off on drama and who said what, when, where about this and that. If people don't understand the assignment, that you have to stay focused on what matters, that your capacity of advocating for kids inside of these hotels is contingent on the ability to have an audience that tunes in, not because they want to hear who's mad at who and for what reason. If you want to tune into that, go to Bravo TV. If you want to tune into that, go to Beverly Hills Housewives. They specialize in BS drama. They specialize. They literally have made a multi-million-dollar franchise of women bickering with each other, and all of that is already there. So these channels, and I really do encourage all survivors that are having YouTube channels for yourself, really figure out if you're understanding the assignment, really figure out if what you're blabbing about is helping a shred of thing, or if you're just contributing to distracting the limited bandwidth, distracting the limited amount of time that every single one of your audience members has to hopefully become empowered to understand what was a problem that you were having as a child locked up inside of those hotels. Maybe skip all of your adult drama problems that you can go help. Get help from a therapist. Get help from group therapy. Get help somewhere else. Don't come and process your emotions and insult your audience intelligence and time by regurgitating and gargling every other last altered importance thing that has nothing to do with raising awareness. And I would also encourage all the audiences to punish the people that are going blah, 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 blah. Let's really talk about this for hours and hours on end and distract from and fall literally right into the trap set by Mike Rinder. Here, I'm going to send this stink bomb so that everyone blabs and blabs and blabs and starts discussing BS that has nothing to do with a problem that every single child inside of the Scientology hotels and commercial buildings is finding themselves in as we speak. As I said in my last live, the child bride problem is alive and well. Kids being brought to the hotels and trying to escape and being brought back there by the LAPD is alive and well. Kids being told that when they get essayed is their problem is alive and well. So why are problems of adults what everyone in these communities seems to be very glued into, as if they really need to tune in to the latest whatever housewife drama BS that is going on? Because that's a real honest question. And you know what? I am glad that every single one of you is here. I am glad that everyone understands. You know, we might not be the majority, you guys. We might not have the 1,000 people that really join our lives. Who the F cares? We have people that do understand that the ones that have no advocates as we speak on a daily basis are the kids. The ones that are being told that they pulled in getting essayed by a grown adult inside of a hotel are the kids themselves. The ones that are falling into a matrix, an unthinkable, methodical, premeditated matrix of obstruction of justice, which is a full-blown felony, mind you, is right here. This is what the kids are having to go through. So let's really contextualize what we're talking about here in terms of introduction to Scientology ethics and high crimes and all about this at a time where Mike Rinder was feeling a lot more relaxed and safe to discuss things that really should have been taken seriously, but apparently they haven't. So let's really take a look at this.
And by the way, she was put through this for a year.
Right. And this is how it's done all the time.
Correct.
And it is not a figment of the imagination of every person who is speaking out about the abuses in Scientology today,
Right.
that they all say exactly the same thing about how this policy is enforced in Scientology. It is not imaginary. It is written right there in the book. But not only is it written in the book, it is enforced. It is enforced by people like Julian Schwartz and OSA, who make sure that people understand that they are committing a high crime and may be declared and be disconnected from all their family and lose their job and blah, 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 if they violate this teaching of L. Ron Hubbard.
Right.
And this is, there's no doubt about this. And it's not open to even questioning, despite what Scientology keeps saying, we have no policy. Okay, well, you're reading on the screen a selection of 6 specific policies, 6 specific high crimes that tell Scientologists, do not go to law enforcement.
So, policies. Actual policies. What type of religious policy is to write down, do not go to law enforcement? And what part of the IRS agreement does that violate? Can anyone possibly connect that dot in any way, shape, or form? because we're talking about kids being told, do not go to law enforcement. If a criminal act is committed against you, do not go to law enforcement. And yes, Mike Rinder, like you just said, these are all policies of L. Ron Hubbard. These are all policies that are written and are not figments of our imagination. Glad that you made that point. Glad that we can now have you corroborate the fact that it wasn't a figment of our imagination being told to not go under any circumstances to the police when criminal activity was taking place inside of these disgusting hotels and commercial buildings that, yes, breaking news to you, you prop this up. You have no one else to blame other than your other co-conspirators, including but not limited to David Miscavige, Marty Rathbun, and everyone else inside of that disgusting OSA office you ran, inside of the RTC, disgusting offices full of disgusting people going goo goo gaga for L. Ron Hubbard, the convicted felon that all of you together as a collective pitched was on a mission to save a world. So you do make it clear here, and you make it with all the distance languages in the world, like, oh, that happened over there. Really, it happened because you resurrected L. Ron Hubbard from his grave, Mike Rinder. And that would be good for you to start really taking accountability for that fact. If you had not done that in the late 80s, all of this disgusting legacy of dysfunction that you were already highly aware it was, since you did have the policies and you had it right there in writing on a piece of paper, is what's going to actually make the situation that happened here. Why were these policies still being followed? Why were kids being told to not go to the police when criminal acts were being committed inside of those disgusting hotels and commercial buildings? It wasn't an accident, and it wasn't a figment of anyone's imagination. It just wasn't.
Do not go to civil authorities. Do not testify in front of a civil authority.
Do not go to a civil authority. Do not testify. I mean, these are not just nothing. You cannot be living in a country. And again, the scourge of L. Ron Hubbard has been exported to all manner of countries. So before we just go, oh, it's only in America that they do that. It's only the idiots in America that do that. No. This is going on in Australia. This is going on in Mexico. This is going on in Colombia. This is going on in Venezuela. This is going on in Spain. This is going on in Italy. This is going on in France. This is going on in Germany. This is going on in England. This is going on in Canada. This is going on in South Africa. This is going on in Japan. This is going on in Taiwan. This is going on and on and on, every single place. These people have erected their disgusting scheme propped up by Mike Rinder about how, yes, once upon a time, a convicted felon really was on a mission to save our world by normalizing enslaving children at an industrial size scale and telling said children that have been enslaved in unconscionable contracts of so-called billion-year of commitment to be so-called volunteers and also fair game to be criminally abused. If you are a full-grown man or woman that decides that it's in your best interest to be criminally abused and take it, then you know what? Who in the hell is going to defend you? If you are an adult that brings your kids so that they also get criminally abused and they get groomed to and told that they should really take it and really should normalize it, then that is the problem that we have right now today. The fact that nothing has been reined back, nothing has been changed. We have the literal law cases that have just happened with the Jane Does and with every other protester, where you saw how Scientology does manage does pay for people to, sabotage the court processes because they've been literally using the law to wipe their what with. And it's going to get a lot more extreme from all of these admissions that you are all going to see here coming out of his exact mouth.
Give them files. Like, this is one that people don't focus on. The last one that I put there, providing an organization's PC folders, ethics files, student files, accounts files, central file folders, or central files list, or partial list to any individual group, organization, mission, or other unit or agency for any reason or purpose except those covered explicitly in existing church policy.
And see, you guys, all these things that he just discussed, providing an organization, this is a high crime. To provide the FBI, to provide the LAPD with PC folders, with ethics files. I mean, I don't think you guys understand how highly incriminating it is what these people did. You don't get it because you've never seen a PC folder. You've never seen the level of specificity. Father Joe Blow just confessed to having gone out to D with his daughter Jane Doe on this date, in this location. They did this, then they went on to do that, then they went on to do this again, then they went on to do that again, then they did it again, then they did it again, then he did it again, and they were all doing it, and the daughter was flirting, and the daughter was out to D, and the daughter was blamed on the child. All of that is typed, all of that is written, all of that is put there. So yes, you better believe it's a high crime for these idiots to have recorded their crimes. That's the level of entitlement they have. When you talk about P. Diddy, when you talk about, Ghislaine and Jeffrey, those depraved, disgusting degenerates knew they were committing criminal acts, knew they needed to hide it. We're not doing it with entitlement. We're doing it with no one's going to find out over here, right? Everything's going to be great. Everything's going to be wonderful. Not these people, not Mike Rinder. Mike Rinder knew what he was doing was wrong, knew that he was full of shit, knew that he was following the words of a convicted felon, knew that he begged all manner of attorneys to represent him because he was very pressed that he couldn't, go with his religious rights of whatever his daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard, the convicted felon that he already said in those videos, was dying as a degenerate in a disgusting, rotting trailer trash house. So don't come and now try to really say, Mike Rinder, that no, I really thought that L. Ron Hubbard was acting in good faith. Because right here we have from you, providing an organization's PC folders where all the criminal acts are written in chronological sequence. So for all of the idiots that go, oh, it would be really hard to prove your case. You know what? Y'all did us a solid, Mike Rinder. You know what P. Diddy didn't do? You know what Jeffrey and Ghislaine didn't do? They didn't keep PC files. They didn't keep ethics files. They didn't keep central files. They didn't keep student files. They didn't keep account files. They didn't keep that on themselves. So yes, it sucks to be their victims. Never mind that they're the ones that are getting all the justice in the universe. Never mind. Never mind that yes, all the Jeffrey Epstein victims did get justice. All the P. Diddy victims are seeing some justice for themselves, even though P. Diddy doesn't have PC folders, doesn't have central files, doesn't have ethics files, doesn't have video recordings, which, definitely is omitted from the thing that it says here would be a really big, high criminal act to do. So that's very interesting because you know what? If it's not a crime to turn over the video recordings of the audits, because that's not included in this list of high crimes, then you know what? Start turning that over. Because there is no plausible deniability when you are keeping track and recording, data mining that information. You lost all plausible deniability. You lost all ability to go, we had no idea that this was happening. How did you not have an idea if you were selling audits where those questions were being asked? How? How did you have no clue? The problem is you had a clue. The problem is you knew every single goddamn time it happened. That's why you cannot walk back with any type of straight face. That's why you're not being called just Ghislaine Maxwell. You're being called Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids, Mike Rinder, on steroids. Because just like Ghislaine, you were video recording, but you also did it on an ethics file, on a PC file, on a student file, on a personnel file, on a central file, on an account file. And then you had the gall to write it up and say, oh, but, you know, it's a crime to share this. Why was it a crime? Why was it a crime? To share this with any agency for any reason or purpose. Like, there's no reason to share your criminal, damning evidence you're keeping on yourself. Got it. That makes a lot of sense. In what world does that make any sense? In what world does that show that this so-called church is acting in good faith? I would love to understand that from anybody that really can see this and go, oh yeah, that makes a lot of sense. I mean, where the hell is the transparency if all the files were supposed to be kept, never shared, never given, never provided, pretend they don't exist, pretend you always lose them, because that's what they've been doing, you guys, to, you know, not have a shred of scrutiny on themselves.
And I assure you, there is absolutely no church policy that says turn over evidence of Scientologists committing crimes to the police.
So there's no policy that says to turn over crimes to the police. There's only a policy that says don't turn the crimes to the police. But the idiots at the LAPD are happy to outsource. The people at the Clearwater Police Department are happy to outsource underage children to do their jobs, right? LAPD, right? Clearwater Police Department. Y'all rather have kids float away self-admitted felonies than y'all doing your job. Y'all better, you know, oh, you're going to pay us to do a little overtime here, a little overtime there. Oh, yeah, let's cash a check. Let's cash a quick check because, you know, thanks to Mike Rinder, your groomer, LAPD, your groomer, Clearwater Police Department, go look at that Mark Bunker video and say who was the contact person that the police was really supposed to, you know, check with whenever there was a problem with anything. Mike Rinder. So you, Mike Rinder, has been on the side of all the disgusting things that were getting implemented.
Right. Well, there are OSA directives, Mike, that when a person leaves the organization, all of a sudden the OSA operations say, oh, this one was into looking at illegal
he's a peeping Tom.
Websites, and this person had committed this.
Peeping Tom. So, yeah, what about all the peeping Toms that were at Flag, Mike Rinder, that were peeping on children? Because you know what? I was stuck in the RPF with a couple of them. Jaime Avila being one of them. So just so you know, full-flown admitted peeping Tom that would be looking at underage children. It's not like the underage children in the Sea Org, you guys, get a special place to go shower. They shower them all with the grown, disgusting adults. And here's Mike Rinder telling you with a smile on his literal face, smirking it up, because, oh yeah, we knew who the peeping Toms were. I mean, great. We just know who they are. I mean, now we're going to really tell on them now that they're not with the program. Now we're really going to, you know, look through their folders. So, oh yeah, what did he say? Oh yeah, he's a peeping Tom. Oh yeah, let's really talk about that. And apparently, according to, you know, your little sidekick here, Leah, you all knew about it. Not great.
This crime, and that person and Scientology only was reporting on these things, or not even reporting, but trying to get it out there on the internet so other people would report on it. So they actually never reported it to the police. But that is when they start to put what is in the person's files out in the world. So they're harboring these activities until the person leaves.
Yeah. They're laundering those activities. They're literally pretending that a needle can float, and all of a sudden, a self-admitted felony such as being a peeping Tom looking into minors' rooms to see them naked is only a problem if you leave. It's called blackmail. It's called self-admitted criminal blackmail that all grown adults in Scientology are all about getting off on. They pay to get blackmailed. They paid to go and tell disgusting admissions of guilt. This is not breaking news to any Scientologist, to anyone that paid, that was a full-grown adult, that read the L. Ron Hubbard pitch and said, you know what I really need to do? Go pay for it to get floated. I'm never going to leave Scientology. Why would I?
So
Of course.
okay.
And then they claim, like, here's, there's many, many examples, but both Mark Headley and Tom DeVocht have been accused by Scientology of stealing tens of thousands, if not hundreds or millions of dollars from them.
Okay.
They never reported it to anyone.
Right.
Tom DeVocht was the COCMO Clearwater. Isn't it interesting, you guys, that the only thing that Scientology, Tom DeVocht sent me to the RPF. Tom DeVocht was the one that was giving the base-wide briefing, telling everyone that I, as a child, was being sent to the RPF. But Scientology didn't go, oh, we really did get rid of Tom DeVocht because he was sending underage children to get locked up with self-admitted PDF files. They stole a lot of money. Stole a lot of money. What about all the kids that were abused under the watch of Tom DeVocht as the full-blown so-called commanding officer of CMO Clearwater? Why is that not expressed by Scientology? Why is that not exposed by Scientology? Because they don't consider that a crime. They consider that something that can be floated away because a convicted felon did pitch that to them. And they thought, you know what, that would be a great idea to float all the felonies away, to keep all the peeping Toms, to keep all the minors that we have locked up in these hotels with their passports locked up, continue to suffer while we video record their suffering.
Didn't do anything about it when they were in the organization.
Right.
But once they leave, they claim that they're thieves.
Right.
It's like,
They weren't thieves. They were chomo enablers, Mike Rinder. So imagine that you knew Tom DeVocht's position. You knew Tom DeVocht's post. So imagine you not literally speaking about that and going with the sanitized short story that was put out there, because you know what? If a lot of money was gone missing, allegedly, then who gives an F? That's a narrative that Scientology loves playing, because if there's anything these people are professionals at, is playing victim. These are full-blown, disgusting, child-abusing degenerates that can play victim faster than anyone's head can literally spin. But sure, why care about that, right? Who gives an F about the kids?
wait a minute.
So why don't report it to the police then?
Right. Why didn't you report it when it happened?
Correct.
Because you knew about it, obviously. So in any event,
Obviously, because it was data mined. Obviously, because it was asked about in audits. It was asked about in ethics handlings. Extremely direct, explicit questions that got you to be in the know. No one just ended up in the know because they just stumbled into information. This information was actively searched for, data mined, pulled. Let's really pull your withhold. Let's really pull your self-incrimination admission. Let's really find what felonies you've committed. Let's really monetize that. And that's all we have. That's literally all we have on this public record here. This information didn't just land accidentally in anyone's desk or in basket, Mike Rinder. This was data mined on a daily basis. People were scouring to find out who had effed who inside of the hotel. And under this false puritanical guise that we really are against that, don't do it. How stupid do you think we are? Do you think that's puritanical? Do you think really that gives you a lot of ethics shielding? Y'all were subjecting underage kids to illegal AF depositions carried out by people that complete 2-week courses inside of the stupid ass hotel course rooms where y'all groomed everyone to accept that level of deposition and pretend that it was great, that it was wonderful, was going to save our world, and it was all going to get floated away. So go ahead, incriminate yourself in this illegal deposition. Don't worry about it. You won't get an attorney. Don't worry about it. We'll record it all. Don't worry about it. We'll transcribe it all. And then we'll use it against you, you know, if the time comes, if the time seems suitable, we will definitely use it against you. That's what you are fully admitting to right here.
I just want to go through
any way that it's true, Mike. That's the problem. You never know
Exactly.
that. But let's take one step back before we do this, because when we talk about, I wanted to ask you, and I wanted you to explain, when somebody is accused of a horrific crime in Scientology from OSA, what is immediately done? What is the procedure of when a crime is known about in Scientology with Scientologists involved?
First, to shut down anybody else that knows about it, prevent them from talking to anyone. Like,
So you let the person know, you pull them in through Julian Schwartz or some kind of Shane Woodruff or the chaplains or the ethics officers.
or
Or the
Kirsten Catano in the
yeah.
Office of Special Affairs, or whoever.
Okay.
Or whoever. You guys, there is people in every single one of these hotels and commercial buildings whose sole job is exactly what Mike Rinder just said, to shut down anyone that nearly found out about it or found out about it. Why is it getting shut down? Why? What's the incentive of shutting it down? Once a criminal act is found out about, we're not talking, oh, we really found out that someone stole a paperclip out of someone's desk. That's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about kids that literally received full-blown Class A felonies of the most serious nature. Data mined by people that complete 2-week courses in a hotel and then all of a sudden are doing illegal depositions on children inside hotel rooms, video recording it, asking the child to incriminate himself, to tell them that it's they who criminally seduced an adult. And that's their fault. Who wants to make that make sense? By all means, Mike Rinder, type that up in your next blog.
Has to be. And the first thing is, you tell the person is instructed, do not speak about this with anybody, nobody.
So you're not allowed to talk to your Scientology parents, your husband, your wife, nobody.
Nope.
Okay.
And then the next step is,
You're not supposed to talk to your Scientology parents, your wife, nobody. Yeah, you're not supposed to talk to anybody about it, not your parents. Because kids get told by even their parents, you're a disgusting, degraded being out there tutti flowing, pulling in, getting graped. Go do your ethics handling. Go get yourself handled. You're disgusting. You're aberrated. You're a disgrace to our family. That's the nonsense, puritanical, disgusting, abominable way that these people just play dumb faster than anyone's heads can truly spin, because it's all just spin. It's all just bullshit. It's all just following the rhetoric of a convicted felon that wanted to circumvent all the laws exactly how it's written in his disgusting policies. He thought that he could write policies that could circumvent the law. And congratulations, America. You have shown, you have proven how pathetic your laws truly are. All it took is a convicted felon to override your disgusting policies, to get a sycophant like Mike Rinder to go, IRS, please, this is a religion. We really want to religiously abuse kids at an industrial size scale, lock them up, tell them they're responsible for their own essay, float it all away, and have the self-admitted felon grown up get a tax write-off to incentivize the disgusting behavior. So it was a financial transaction on top of it all. Not only did the adult get to have his way with a child inside of those hotels, a child where that adult was going to be very safe to abuse that child, thanks to his buddies, Mike Rinder and company, that were going to be there, you know, sanitizing, sweeping it all under the hotel rug. Oh, yeah, just sweep it under the hotel rug. No, the Clearwater police, they're complete idiots. They're such stupid idiots. Are you not concerned about the LAPD? They couldn't be more complicit or stupid or pathetic. Why would we be pressed about the LAPD? Why? I mean, literally tell me, why should any of these people be pressed with police when the police are at their fingertips doing their bidding?
Who already knows about it, and then they are all pulled in to make sure they don't say anything to anybody else. Like, contain it in a cone of silence is the first step.
Okay, and so just
Contain it in a cone of silence is the first step. There's a sequence to this, you guys. When I say this is systemic, when I say this is institutionalized, when I say this is on purpose, when I say there's no plausible deniability, I'm not just running my mouth. When a child is essayed, a cone of silence is what's wrapped over that child. Who does that benefit, Mike Rinder? Because you were running quite the sophisticated situationship there. You weren't as pathetic as Ghislaine. You were calculated. You run circles around Ghislaine. Ghislaine was like a pathetic idiot that didn't give an F, that just grabbed kids, do a massage, do this, do that, let's video record it, let's run our little blackmail operation, let's really just continue doing it because who the F cares about these kids? You didn't do that. You made sure you were covering all your bases, including your crisis management to call yourself a religion, because that's how you figured out people wouldn't be able to do what happened finally to Epstein. So you took it 3 steps forward than Jeffrey and Ghislaine. Imagine that's your legacy. Imagine that's what you the hell done. Because again, for you not to play dumb, your daddy figure was in his grave dead with $1 billion of tax liability that was supposed to be swallow him up completely. And none of us would have been touched by this disgusting, decrepit legacy of the daddy figure that you were obsessed with. We would have never landed ourselves slaves in those hotels had it not been for you and your co-conspirators.
just to go a little bit off that step. I think like a subproduct of that is, do you then tell, let's say I told my mother that something happened to me. Do then OSA and Sea Org members tell my mother that that wasn't true, that didn't happen, that I need handling, that something's wrong with me?
So obviously it sort of depends on what you're told, Leah. But
Okay.
generally, if it was something that was very incriminating, the general thing would be, look, you don't have all the data. Like,
So the go-to was to lie. I mean, again, you guys, where's the plausible deniability when he says that he knew if it was highly incriminating? And Leah just gave you the example. Well, what if the kid goes to his mom and says, you know, Mom, I had an out 2D at the hotel? You don't have all the data. Oh, no, you don't have all the data. No, your child very out ethics. We found out he's very low tone. We found out that he's very out to the propense. We found out he's got a lot of evil purposes on his PC folder. We found out that all of this other stuff. So you don't have all the data. So don't worry about it. Let's handle it. You that had all the data, Mike Rinder, you that knew a criminal act had been committed, as you just said here, incriminating. If it was highly incriminating, you would be there telling the parent, you don't have all the data. Even in this hypothetical example where Leah tells you, what if I by chance did tell my mom?
Right.
It's a way of saying a way of saying that's not true.
It puts the doubt in the minds of, because that's what Julian did with my mom. He made her start to wonder if what I was telling her was true. He was like, your daughter hasn't given you all the information. There's stuff that you don't know about.
Right.
Handle it. Because that's what happened with the Jane Does as well. All of their Scientology friends were called in, and those friends were told that they had said something different, that they were taking responsibility. Like, they were told lies.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were told lots. But again, you guys, all those lots were lies. Because in the audits, people had the first-hand information, the time, place, form, and event of when a criminal felony was, including but not limited to, perpetrated on underage kids who couldn't consent to be essayed, who couldn't consent to be participants of that. But yet we were told we were. And then, yes, our parents were told, yeah, no, you didn't just get all the data, but, don't worry about it. It's all getting handled. So before you want to give these parents a benefit of the doubt, the parents knew what an audit was. The parents knew what an ethics handling was. The parents knew because everything that was being done on their kid had been done to them. So in what world can parents really put a lot of distance between we had no shred of a clue what was going on with kids inside of the Scientology hotels? Because that's what I would like to know right now. How can a Scientology parent sit here and say they had no clue about how anything worked?
And usually, like I said, the first thing is, well, the easy answer is you don't have all the data. I do, but I can't tell you it. But believe me, this is being taken care of. You don't need to worry about it. You don't need to do or say anything about it. In fact, do not do or say anything about this.
The church is handling it.
The church is handling this.
Okay.
The church. The racketeering criminal scheme is handling it. There is no church. The fact that these people keep calling it church goes to show you the level of self-infantilization they really are at, the level of self-delusion. Oh, don't worry about it. It was a church. Your church is handling a criminal act, highly incriminating information that you already know. Explain that. Explain that. How is that the definition of a literal church? Even L. Ron Hubbard knew he wasn't doing a church. Even all his most fervent sycophants at the very top of that food chain ladder were highly aware that they were full of shit. They would laugh at the people that really would believe it, believe all their lies, believe all their delusionary shit that they put in there because they were addicted to their own deranged level of power. That's the power trip right here. The fact that they thought themselves capable of being data mining, obstructing justice at every opportunity they got.
Scientology is dealing with this, and it will be appropriately handled by the people whose job it is to handle this, and that's not you.
That's OSA.
That's OSA.
Yeah, that was never our parents' job to handle anything, because we were given to randoms in hotels to really have it addressed. That's who you were told respect. Oh, go get an audit from that random and they're really going to handle that self-admitted felony that you as a child were getting blamed for. There is no such thing as an adult abusing you inside of that hotel. It's called you pulled it in. It's called you made it happen. It's called you need to look at your part of the situation, how you caused this for yourself. And your parent, what type of parent just takes that type of stupid answer for an answer? Imagine what type of school could survive. Give me an example of a school that could survive with these type of answers to parents. Oh yeah, we're fully aware that your child just got an essay, but don't worry about it. You don't have all the info, and don't worry about it. You don't have to handle it. We're going to take care of it. And in fact, we want you to do nothing. Oh, okay. That sounds great. When we say that these people kneecapped our parents so that they would not advocate for us when we most needed them, they were not present. They were not there. They were infantilized degenerates being told, don't worry about it. We have a great technology that's about to float everything away, and it's not even going to matter. Thanks to L. Ron Hubbard, we're really about to float something here.
Okay, got it.
So this is what gets done. Contain, contain, contain. Make sure that nobody else knows. Make sure nobody else is talking about it. If there's a bunch of people that already know, then every one of them has to be individually seen and shut down.
This is textbook obstruction of justice. This is textbook admission of a very severe felony. Everybody goes always, oh, it's not the crime, it's the cover-up. Well, here's the cover-up being admitted. Contained. Why would a criminal act against a child be contained? Who is benefiting from the containment of a felony committed against a child inside of a Scientology hotel? It wasn't the children that were essayed being helped, even though that's what they were told. Even though that children were told, this is what's going to help you. Go tell them what you were doing. Go tell them the time, place, form, and event of the out 2D. That's all it took. That's all it took.
And they're all ordered by their church not to talk about it.
Absolutely, absolutely. And we saw that. We've heard the story of what happened with the Burbank child facility and how that went down. And
the Burbank child care facility that we covered just recently, you guys, and just go back so you can see it, where it was children, underage children, whose parents were not Sea Org members. Mike Rinder, what was going on at the cadet orgs when the parents were Sea Org members? Were you controlled where they slept? Were you controlled where they ate? Were you controlled every single roll call they were showing up to? Oh, that's right. So the cadets were fair game to be essayed by anyone who felt like it. Don't worry about it. Extreme ethics is going to be put in on those adults. Oh, really? Like what? Oh, we're going to RPF them. We're going to redeem them through our RPF. Oh, so you're going to send the self-admitted pedo to your so-called redemption program that is also going to be filled to the top with underage kids, right? Because that makes a lot of sense. That's a really big punishment for literal self-admitted PDF files. Send them to another place that's going to be even more isolated, where they're going to have more access to underage kids, where they're going to be able to be birthing with them, showering with them, auditing them, essaying them. And it's all going to be great. And it's all going to be wonderful. So we're talking about kids that were 4 years old, Mike Rinder. Those were the type of kids getting essayed at the Quality Inn. Just ask your bestie, Debbie Cook. who Nestor Vives is. Ask him how many underage girls at the QI Nestor Vives got to do his disgusting things with. Because you know what? Everybody found out about it, Mike Rinder. So as much as you said, oh yeah, really contain it, everybody was talking about it. My own mother, who was a public, got told. My own grandmother, who was the junior of Nestor Vives, the self-admitted rapist of a child at the Quality Inn. So do not get confused. Call Debbie Cook right now and ask her, who was Nestor Vives, the director of training? Early 90s at the Quality Inn. Full-blown pedo. 4 years old, 6 years old. That's how Nestor liked it, and everybody found out the minute he was sent to the RPF. And then all of a sudden, oh no, let's ship him out of the country back to Nicaragua because you know what? He's essaying other kids inside of the RPF. Let's really get rid of him and just make him disappear. And yes, my own parents spoke about this openly, Mike Rinder, because every single one of L. Ron Hubbard's sycophants, not just you, thought that essaying a child could be floated, that essaying a child could be handled and contained. Yet it wasn't really that contained, was it? If everybody found out about it, in what world was that really contained? You couldn't have been more inefficient. You couldn't have been more pathetic. You couldn't have been less effective if my own parents that were not Sea Org members were finding out compliments of my grandmother who was telling them all the tea. So for all of you who want to go and rescue every all adult, the all grown grandparents are telling of all the essay that is going on with the kids, they see nothing wrong either. So in what world are you going to go save them if they've been literally there at the beginning of the problem? It's a situation where every adult finds out. Everyone normalizes it. It all gets laundered with a convicted felon's word salad that reshapes reality for these degenerates, so that they don't feel it anymore. Oh no, we call that a handling. Oh no, we call that you floated. Oh no, you call that, write a win, make a little amends project, and then all of a sudden you have not anything to worry about.
The parents are all called in and don't say anything and don't cooperate with anybody, and so they can't gather enough evidence to bring any credible charge, so they dodge the bullet.
Right.
They didn't dodge the bullet. They obstructed justice, Mike Rinder. This is why it's called a racketeering scheme. And yes, all Scientology parents are up to their neck and ears in complicity, thanks to you putting them on blast right here. Because Scientology parents weren't dodging bullets, were they? They were committing a felony by agreeing to obstruct justice. That's what it's called in real life, Mike Rinder, not in your infantile world. Oh yeah, we'll just call it an ethics handling. An ethics handling is a delusional infantile term that all of you pathetic people came up with to launder, to normalize. That this is how you were treating the kids, this is how you were treating the parents, that the parents were all about obstructing justice, that they were all about being told what to do, and then where the hell are the parents having a problem with any of this today? Where?
Except one, right?
Right.
Yes. Anyway, and that wasn't enough. And because they were babies,
They can't testify or say anything.
they can't speak on their own behalf. I don't even know if they know anything happened.
We knew that it happened to us, Leah. We knew that it happened to us. This happened to me as a 4 5-year-old in Mexico's organizations, where my parents knew, because it was gossiped about, that their ED was a full-blown pedo. So many people go, oh yeah, you know, if you really abuse a child at 4, they're not going to find out. We found out. We knew. It happened to us. The type of memory that sears into your brain forever. It never goes away. It never dissolves. It never changes. It never floats. Could we have testified to what? Our parents were out of their minds, blaming us, grooming us to blame ourselves. So how's that really going to help anybody when the own parent tells the child and grooms the child to blame themselves?
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So then what happens, Mike?
Then the lawyers are contacted, depending on what the circumstances are. But the first step after that is, well, you know, it all happens concurrently. It's not like one thing and then the next thing. This all goes into motion instantly.
Okay.
So this all goes into motion instantly. This is all highly organized. This is called organized crime. Organized crime, if you're getting together to come up with systemic policies, systemic ways to instantly. I mean, you even said it. There's not even a sequence. Like the minute something goes flap over here, everybody gets to work, right? That's what it's called, organized crime, Mike Rinder. Organized crime, racketeering. Go look it up.
The lawyers are contacted, and some measure of legal input is obtained, and
some measure of legal input is obtained. Look at you, Mike Rinder. Look at you using your little law terms. It's almost as if you were a lawyer, but you didn't go to school. That's why you were the lawyer whisperer, huh? It's almost as if the lawyers are contacted. What type of lawyer gets contacted? As a mandated reporter that they are. So for all of you Scientology attorneys, breaking news to all of you idiots that are mandated reporters. Ring, ring, ring. Oh yeah, what's up? Oh yeah, we just have a child here that got essayed. Can you give us some legal advice? Why has that legal advice never been to do the right thing? That's a question for all the idiot Scientology attorneys that hung their license on a convicted felon's rhetoric and his sycophant surrogates. If you are doing the bidding of convicted felons, if you are helping in furtherance of racketeering at an industrial size scale to launder felonies that are transcribed, video recorded, put into an ethics file, put into a PC file, put into a central file, put into every type of file you can possibly imagine, because these people were obsessed with writing it everywhere. So before the attorneys want to go, but nobody knew, everybody knew. That's a problem with all of you Scientology attorneys that are being thrown right under a bus by Mike Rinder here, as we are finding out that, you know, a lot of legal people are getting their hands on this very dirty, highly criminal information, and they're nowhere to be found doing anything other than obstructing justice. Isn't it great?
You know, typically what happens is, if it is a very serious matter, some outside counsel is hired. Some outside lawyer that has some connection to a Scientology lawyer some way. You know, usually it was the in-house lawyers, you know, Elliot Abelson or Rick Moxon or one of those guys.
The in-house lawyers contact the not in-house lawyers, and then lawyers are, you know, having all manner of conversations on what? On how you're going to obstruct justice? Where's the evidence that you didn't obstruct justice is what we want to see, because all we see right now is that there's only evidence of justice being obstructed in the detriment of the child being essayed. Who didn't know? How can anyone say this wasn't premeditated? How can anyone say they didn't know they were doing the wrong thing if lawyers were being brought in to so-called advice? According to you, Mike Rinder, according to you, lawyers were brought in to advice. And then another extra layer of lawyers was brought in so that they could all be talking between lawyers, and that's all it took to cover up criminal acts. Well, isn't that great? Isn't that just so great?
Who would reach out to one of the Scientology big-time attorneys, because Scientology hires lawyers at big law firms in order to give credibility to Scientology and credibility in the courts.
Scientology hires big-time attorneys. So when you say Scientology, do you mean you, Mike Rinder, as the head of OSA, as the head of legal, as the head of being the literal attorney whisperer that you were? Who's Scientology? Because Scientology is you. Scientology is a generality. In your capacity as the Office of Special Affairs commanding officers for decades, you went around hiring attorneys. You went around getting legal advice, so-called legal advice, we would say so-called illegal advice, on how to obstruct justice at an industrial size scale, on how to scheme and scam the child that was essayed. By, all it takes, you guys, apparently, is, have an in-house team that then gets to a really prominent lawyer, and then the in-house team tells the prominent lawyer about what's going on, and the prominent lawyer has no problem getting themselves into a client-attorney relationship. Lawyers are supposed to vet their clients before they just, willy-nilly sign up anybody for a client-attorney relationship. So imagine all the stupid ass idiots, attorneys, that really thought, oh, look, I'm being chased by Scientology. Isn't that such a great thing for me? You're going to rue the day you worked for this disgusting convicted felon, L. Ron Hubbard, and his sycophants. Every last attorney of these United States that has literally made it your job to go get paid blood money on criminal acts that were getting floated away, perpetrated on minors at an industrial size scale. That's what you're going to have to contend with. So good luck with your bar investigation. Good luck with that, Scientology attorneys. Good luck with literally explaining why you've been on the wrong side of the law at every single step of the way.
Where they are appearing, and fishes around to find someone that would be suitable to deal with whatever the situation is. And that's done for two reasons. One, so that there is a buffer and an attorney-client privilege on the information.
So they were going for a buffer. They were going for the attorney privilege communication. So in what world were these people not aware that they were criminals? If this level of specificity, if this level of calculation was discussed here on a YouTube channel, but yet we're supposed to believe everything is great and everything is wonderful, what we have is a crisis of credibility from the legal profession. What we have here is every last so-called prominent attorney tapped by Mike Rinder and all his other surrogates that he left in his wake of exiting the cult that have been tapping all these attorneys to really do their bidding when they really did underestimate the type of degenerate convicted felon L. Ron Hubbard was.
And you see, I mentioned this previously when we were talking about James Barber, and I said, look at this. These reports about what this guy is doing are all saying attorney-client privilege, but they're not written by an attorney or to an attorney. They're written by a Scientologist to another Scientology organization or person in the organization. They're not actually attorney-client privilege, but because they don't have a cover sheet on them, you don't know who it went to. So you can claim after the fact, oh, but this was me reporting to my lawyer. But
that's purposeful, right, Mike?
Oh, absolutely.
I would hope that you would understand the severity of what you're talking about, Mike, because a smirk, you talk about it like, oh, it's this, it's that. It's not funny. It's not funny that you're admitting to this level of legal depravities with a straight face because you got away with it your entire life, didn't you? Because again, you're not an idiot. You are Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids. You are covering your tracks every step of the way. Everything is calculated, premeditated. You knew it was going to happen. You knew how to do it. You knew what type of client attorney privilege you really needed. What part of this did you not know, Mike Rinder? And yes, you grew up in Scientology too, but guess what? What other child in Scientology had that much level of exposure to attorneys? Really do ask yourself that question, because that's where you're not going to be able to play dumb. How much legal advice did you have at your fingertips where said legal advice wasn't being had in order to stay within the confines of the law? The legal advice was, how do we fuck the law? Fuck it. Fuck it. Who gives an F? L. Ron Hubbard said the law is stupid anyways. Who gives a literal F? You attorneys are our slaves. And the attorneys are saying, well, yeah, just pay my 10K retainer, pay my 30K retainer, pay my 50K retainer, pay my 100K retainer, and I'll do whatever you want. Isn't that great? The Scientology attorneys also act as slaves of these people that completed 2-week courses in a hotel, that worship a convicted felon that was completely out of his mind. And that's all the type of critical thinking skills these attorneys have. Because let me tell you, disgusting, degenerate, despicable U.S. attorneys and all worldwide attorneys of Scientology, congratulations for landing your more disgusting client. You have zero critical thinking skills. In what world are you holding a law license with -0 critical thinking skills? In what world are you cashing checks at the bank on a monthly basis when your client couldn't be more off the literal rails? And all of you combined have no capability of reining back your client. You're supposed to keep your client in check. You goddamn idiots. How stupid can these attorneys really honestly be? I mean, I guess you can get paid to be stupid, because I'm sure they're not stupid, but you know, as soon as you sign the 50K a month, then they're like, oh, we're really stupid. We're really dumb. Oh, yeah, you know, just have your in-house lawyers contact us. And, you know, let's just keep it all between, you know, really privileged information. In furtherance of a criminal act, your stupid ass your stupid ass attorney privilege dissolves. In what world is a child that's finished 7th grade having to tell attorneys that? If you're found to be consulting your client on how exactly to obstruct justice, how to tell a child that they are the ones responsible for a felony being committed against them, Double check what type of jeopardy, what type of legal jeopardy does that put you in, attorneys? I'm no attorney, so go double check on your books, go double check with your law professors that should also have their law licenses completely shredded because they put you out in the world. Frankensteins of the law, monsters of the law that will bend any law to tell a child that they are responsible for being, including but not limited to, essayed. Bravo.
Then gives a shield to the information that then starts being collected about what really happened and who really knew about it and what really went down.
Right.
Thank God. Thank God for that shield, right? Because that shield has been very, very sturdy. Isn't that great, you guys? That all you have to do is shield yourself with a bunch of BS technicalities, and then all of a sudden, no child inside of those hotels was safe. No child inside of those hotels who was essayed stood a chance to get helped, to get an advocate, to be defended. Their parents, compromised. The attorneys, compromised. The people that work at the hotel that are telling them their needle is floating like complete, utter, pathetic idiots, compromised. But sure, let's talk about all manner of bullshit that has nothing to do with addressing this problem. Let's talk about gossip. Let's talk about chisme. Let's talk about more and more chisme. I'm sick of the chisme that's inside of this disgusting, toxic community of people that are addicted to chisme. Stop being addicted to chismes. Understand the assignment. Understand the severity of what's being denounced. Start connecting the dots. How much clearer can we possibly be?
And then the next thing that happens is monitoring of media interest, or these days also internet interest. Is anybody mentioning this? Is it coming up? Are we receiving calls from the media? And if so, preparing a statement that basically says, this is all just lies, that this is not what Scientology is about, then, you know, whatever is appropriate at the moment. But whatever is appropriate will be what is considered to be the thing that prevents Scientology from looking bad.
Correct.
Whatever that statement is, that's the statement that will be made.
These are Scientologists with ex-Scientologists who were kicked out. They're bitter apostates. They have an axe to grind. They're religious bigots. They were thrown out for unethical behavior and couldn't keep up to our ethical standards. And this is their way to resurrect their careers or their names or their whatever the hell.
Right.
Okay.
And then the next thing that happens is investigations.
Okay.
Investigations into whoever it is that is the victim, whoever it is that may have complained or created this situation outside of the Scientology world or even inside the Scientology world. In the case of the master.
So once you have all of the attorneys eating out of the palm of your hand, apparently the next sequence is to go and get it all investigated. Scientology attorneys, CC all of you. This is what your client was doing behind y'all's backs. If you're too stupid to understand who L. Ron Hubbard is, if you're too stupid and lazy to pick up a book, to see what your disgusting client was doing behind your back or with your blessing, it's one or the other. Either way, both answers land you in legal jeopardy. Robert E. Mango, how much money do you get paid to consult your client to stay within the confines of the law? Or is that not part of your purview?
Victims, they were all investigated. They were investigated to find out what, and we'll talk about this in a little while, but find out what they had done that caused them to become a victim.
Including but not limited to children. Including but not limited to children that were told the minute they were essayed, what did you do to pull that in? How did you make this happen? How did you make it come onto you? How did you make it manifest in your life? Because there are no victims. Like you keep saying here, Mike Rinder, we're really going to talk about how Scientology doesn't believe in victims. Isn't it great, you guys, that people that are complete and utter disgusting, degenerate, child abusing predators don't believe in victimhood? Well, how convenient. So you create a problem, but you don't believe in the problem you're creating? I call bullshit on that. You knew you were creating a problem. You knew it was disgusting. You got off on it. You have no conscience because you're all a bunch of psychopaths without a shred of conscience, without a shred of self-reflection. And apparently all it took is for you to have some money so that you could literally recruit enablers in attorneys to pretend that everything you were doing was all above water, because that's how they acted inside of the hotel, you guys. Well, don't worry about it. This is all above water. I mean, we have such great attorneys on speed dial. You have no idea how legal Scientology is. Based on all the attorneys that we have, you don't have an idea of how legal all of this obstruction of justice actually truly is.
And if there is someone outside of Scientology that is involved in this in some way, they're investigated to find out I made mention of that in the Baba thing too. Like one of his victims had been seeing a psychologist. So the investigation then becomes find out all about the shrink and find out about and get the dirt on what's happening with this victim.
And that's
why did that therapist not, as a mandated reporter, do anything about it? Could it be that you were fair gaming them?
to discredit the victim.
To discredit them.
Yeah.
And that information is used in public statements.
Discredit the victim, Mike Rinder. Isn't it interesting that that's all what you've been doing with Miriam Francis? Discrediting her? Trying your best to discredit her? Pretending that Miriam said that Ghislaine Maxwell was being looked to be added to the board of Child USA? How stupid can you be? How stupid can you possibly be to lie about something like that because you were trying to discredit her? Never mind that it was me who called you Ghislaine Maxwell. And right now you're being called Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids because even Ghislaine didn't have this sophisticated operation to cover up their criminal activity. Even Ghislaine and Jeffrey were complete idiots. Didn't cover their tracks. Didn't do their due diligence the way you did it, the way David did it, the way Marty Rathbun did it, the way every other last executive. In your wide-ranging racketeering criminal conspiracy of enablers that allowed you to do this, that allowed you to do a mockery of the American law system. A mockery. A complete and utter mockery. In America, apparently, you can traffic kids at an industrial size scale. You can go and pay whatever high prominent attorneys are out there looking for this type of business. And then all of a sudden, it's all going to be wonderful and great, and you're going to get away with your criminal acts. Well, you know what? You're not going to die. You're not going to go to your grave, Mike, with your willful ignorance. That's not going to happen. Over our dead body, you're going to be exposed right here for all the criminal acts you have committed. Karma already got to you. So we don't have to do anything else other than literally show you what you've been saying and really contextualizing what you don't want to take responsibility for God knows what reason. This is what it looks like when you're getting bypassed because you refuse to get your ethics in, Mike Rinder. So your ethics will be put in for you. Compliments of all the kids that got effed over, told that they were responsible for their own sexual abuse. Thanks to your obsession with L. Ron Hubbard and all the disgusting policies your daddy figure pitched to you would be a great idea to implement at a worldwide scale.
It is also fed to the lawyers representing the the perpetrator of the crime.
Mhm.
And I guess that's sort of all of those things happen and continue to happen and are sort of constantly being monitored by OSA as things unfold.
Constantly being monitored by the office you ran as things were unfolding. So you couldn't have been more up to your neck and ears in complicity, in knowing, Mike Rinder. Do you know what happens? I mean, imagine that we have to make this point for you, Mike Rinder. Imagine that somebody just comes, knock, knock, knock. Oh yeah, let's have some tea. Oh yeah, you know what? You know what I did yesterday? Somebody. What do you think happens to the person that hears that, Mike Rinder? You think that someone can just go willy-nilly, like, knock, 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 oh, let's have some tea. Oh yeah, you know what I did yesterday? Somebody. What do you think happens to the person that receives that information, Mike Rinder? Now, what do you think happens to the person that, just for funsies decided to go, let's record this visit that I have incoming. And somebody goes, knock, 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 let's have some tea. Yeah, yesterday somebody. What did you do once you knew the information? When did you know it? And what did you do next? Well, apparently you called a lot of very great, prominent lawyers, safe pointed by you and the rest of your surrogates, to do your bidding. Lawyers that do apparently broker all manner of deals on how to circumvent the pathetic, toothless laws that as of right now are nowhere on the record getting enforced.
Now, people like, let's say, Sean Fabos, whose family is big donors in Scientology, and he has a studio out here in California, in Burbank. He was labeled, I don't know if labeled is the right word, but he was by the judge as a hostile witness because he went into the first trial having lied under oath. He was actually called by the prosecution. It was said that the Scientology PI had walked into the hallway where Sean Fabos was waiting to testify and said, "Weren't you in Florida with Jane Doe 1?" Which he wasn't. Right after the rape, and he went, "Yeah, oh, I forgot to mention that." He wasn't. So he had completely changed his story. And all Scientologists who were aware of the crimes that was not only committed against Jane Doe 1, but all the Jane Does, all of their Scientology friends were not willing to testify or cooperate in this trial, in either trial. Now, so somebody's like Sean Fabos, I just wonder, does OSA...
Yeah. Well, thank God that there is a grand jury investigating obstruction of justice. For all of you Scientologists that think, oh, it would be a great thing for me to commit perjury, to not speak to the facts will catch up to you. And there will be a day where consequences will be coming down y'all's throats. And it won't be with an ethics handling that you get inside of a hotel, where a safe space was provided thanks to, including but not limited to, the work of the man you see right here, obsessed with a convicted felon that he pitched to the entirety of America, was a great man and a mission to quest and save a world. But you know what? Look under the hood so you can see the disgusting maggots, the disgusting shit that's under the hood of L. Ron Hubbard.
OSA pull him in and say, so you're being called, like you clearly can't cooperate. Like how did, because people are still kind of like, why would Scientologists lie under oath? Where do they get that direction from, Mike?
I don't know Sean Fabos. I don't know exactly what happened with him. I assume that probably the way that would be done is get a lawyer to contact him, not have someone directly from, Julian Schwartz.
Yeah. Assume that, Mike Rinder, in all your years and decades of doing this time and time and time and time again. Let's just assume it, just for funsies, assume.
And that lawyer would be, maybe it was like an in-house lawyer who is a Scientologist and informs them or reminds
Gary Soder's of the world.
Yeah, well, he's not a Scientologist, but he is sort of in-house. Yeah. But, remind them of the consequences of.
Shout out to you, Gary Soder. That is not a Scientologist, but apparently was a lawyer of this man that you see on the screen here. because he had everything to do with hiring all the attorneys that represent Scientology. In what world are you aware of all the disgusting shenanigans that went on with all of these attorneys, Mike Rinder, but you're so ineffective at shutting down the abuse of kids that is going on as we speak? Because that would be great to have answered once and for all. Since you knew all the attorneys, since you knew all the children that were essayed, since you were told and informed and contributed to obstructing of justice every single time that took place, since you were always CC'd about it, since every org on the planet sent you a weekly report with the flaps that took place that week. Imagine that's how much skin in the game you have in this criminal racketeering scheme that you keep pretending it's all about the past and it happened long ago. It's happening right now, Mike Rinder. So before you can act delusional, before you can nod is reality, let's make sure you understand that part. Make sure that you don't have a way to play it dumb real quick.
A fallout with the church.
And that it's against Scientology law.
Right. And that bad things can happen in your life if you're.
Leah, it's not against Scientology law. There is no such thing as Scientology law. How stupid can anyone truly be? Because y'all are acting like you're still in that infantile state of arrested development, compliments of L. Ron Hubbard. Scientology has no laws. A convicted felon wrote a bunch of bullshit on a piece of paper. In what world are we in the year 2024 and everyone is still acting confused? We were told he's a New York Times bestseller on a quest to save a world. And Jeffrey Epstein said he was a philanthropist, really wanting to save another world. And he was also running a racketeering blackmail scheme. So what? If Ghislaine would have typed a bunch of bullshit on a piece of paper, then there would have been, but when the law of Ghislaine said to not report kids that were being essayed in massages, I guess, we all really were following the law that Ghislaine wrote down on a piece of paper. That's how pathetically infantile this state of self-induced delusion, all grown-ups, paid members, sycophants of a convicted felon really have to answer up for. Today, sit with the facts for a minute. Sit with the facts for a second. 10 years ago, you were told that. When you were a child, you believed. Today, you've all had plenty of time to decompress. You've all had plenty of time to figure it out. You've plenty of time to go to therapy, plenty of time to visit with real people that are not self-infantilized, spewing the word salad of a convicted felon that landed you all like complete, utter idiots, bamboozling, blabbing out of your mouth words like law, ethics, ethics handling, ethics program, auditing program. Let's really get your ethics in. Oh, you just self-admitted to a Class A felony? Let's just sell you an audit program. Let's make sure we do a tailor-made sec check so we ask you all the questions concerning the felonies that you are admitting to us, and just make sure you call the IRS to make sure you get that big tax write-off to continue to admit felonies. There's a financial incentive to admitting felonies. Compliments of the IRS. Compliments of the deal that Mike Rinder, Marty Rathman, and Dave Miscavige, with the help of Monique Yingling, brokered for themselves with a straight face, as if the racketeering couldn't be more institutional, as if the racketeering could not be more state-sponsored by the IRS of these United States. who allows self-admitted felons of included but not limited to Class A felonies committed against children to write it off. 100 grand, 200 grand, $500,000. But yet all of you really want to go and save the people and have them leave the hotels. The adults don't want to leave the hotels. The adults are in their safe space inside of those hotels, being aided and abetted to commit their atrocities and have it all floated away in the comfort of a disgusting hotel that they run, fully hosted by the city of Los Angeles, Mayor Karen Bass, fully hosted by the stupid-ass mayor of Clearwater, Florida, fully with the LAPD in their pocket, fully with the Clearwater Police Department, all about this, calling it a religion. Because you know what? The LAPD and the Clearwater Police Department outsource their police investigations to children inside of these hotels, including but not limited to. Make sure that that actually sinks in.
You're, stepping outside what is acceptable to Scientology.
Mhm.
And, that's a pretty persuasive tool to use.
Yeah.
It's not a tool, Mike Rinder. It's a very persuasive tool. Look at you. It's highly illegal. And again, Mike Rinder, you have the most knowledge, the biggest legal mind of anyone involved in advocacy. The one that spent hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours being mentored by the best of the best attorneys, by the best of the best legal minds that this country allegedly has to offer. All the Scientology law firms. But you're calling it a tool, a very effective tool. Well, isn't that great? Sanitizing language.
You are being threatened with disconnection and losing your source of funds or your job or your family or all of the things that come along with the idea of what happens if you are declared a suppressive person and
Yes.
you have interactions with other Scientologists.
It's called coercion, Mike Rinder. And coercion is a key indicator of what? Glad that you asked, Mike Rinder. Glad that you actually asked. Coercion, Mike Rinder, is a key indicator of human trafficking. So for all your cacamimi stories about how, the fair game and the disconnection is called coercion. It's called blackmail. It's called, all of it is illegal as can be. There's no world scenario where this is not illegal. There's no country where this is not illegal. It's called coercion. Go clear it up in a dictionary and go ask your many legal buddies to start explaining to you if you were coercing kids this way. What does that mean exactly? If you were telling children that they were going to be disconnected from because they were degraded, disgusting, suppressive people, take a look at what that constitutes in a legal dictionary, Mike Rinder. That would be great for you to do that.
So all the Scientologists that were aware, like Jane Doe 1's mother, who was refusing to testify, you're saying that those Scientologists would be contacted by, let's say, the Parental.
Like Jane Doe mother that was refusing to testify. So for all of you who are wondering if our Scientology parents are just innocent bystanders that never did anything wrong, her own mother, who again was told when the grape happened, who again was told, informed, CC'd, but she refused to testify because why would I help? Why would I help my own daughter? Refusing to testify, aiding and abetting the criminals. That's the side our parents chose for themselves. You know what would be a great idea? You know what would really save a world? If I join a racketeering child trafficking scheme, if I make my child fair game to be abused, to be raped, to be put in there with a PDF file and call that I am going up a bridge. Delusional bridge is what all of you Scientology idiot parents are climbing. Like complete infantile degenerates. Spewing your word salad, spewing how, oh, it's great, it's wonderful, all being done on the backs of children who you are in there inside of those hotels getting serviced. Go get serviced. Oh, did you like your service? How was your auditor? Did he service you right? That's how they spoke inside of the hotel. That's how they called it getting serviced. What type of grown-ass adult with a straight face can go to a hotel and says, I got serviced by a 15-year-old inside of Celebrity Center. It was an auditor I paid for with preferential rates because I really wanted that 15-year-old to pull my withholds. And since she was so beautiful, all my withholds had to do with me masturbating, thinking about her. And she got to sit there and, you know, pull it out of me, all my withholds.
Who's a Scientology lawyer who claims to represent all Scientologists in this case and other case, like just she basically took ownership of all Scientologists involved in this and just said I represent them all. And so she would be so these people would be told by Vicky Podorowski through OSA that you can't cooperate, or by their church, because the only reason I say this, Mike, is because, like I said, I've been a Scientologist my whole life. As I was exiting Scientology and I was signing up for other things, like I refused to be interrogated anymore, but I said I'll do a course. When you have to.
Lucky you, Leah Remini. Lucky you. Leah Remini, who refuses to acknowledge your level of entitlement that you got as a celebrity with, you know, your ability to, oh no, I don't want to be interrogated anymore. I'm Leah Remini. I'm a celebrity. I will go and complain to the president's office. I will not get interrogated anymore, but I'll do a course if you want me to. Lucky you, Leah Remini, that you had that level of entitlement, because you know who didn't have that level of entitlement, Leah? To refuse to be interrogated. Just start pondering who that could be. Start pondering who that could apply to, because you know what? It starts with Kids. Kids did not have the luxury to refuse an audit, to refuse a sec check. It's called, it's a criminal act to refuse that, Leah. So if the rules were bent for you, so you could have your little entitlement of the big celebrity that you claim to be inside of those hotels and commercial buildings, then double check your level of entitlement. Because you know what? You didn't have it that bad, did you? If all it took is for you to say, I refuse to get interrogated anymore, and then they just backed off from you, consider yourself lucky. Because we wouldn't wish the type of coercion that these people played on us, that weren't celebrities, that weren't anything special, that no one gave an F about. Because, you know, that's who has it rough, Leah, the slaves at the bottom of the food chain. You, the big celebrities, the big, oh yeah, we're the big this, the big that, all manner of entitlement is what you have. As you sat there at the very top of that slave pyramid of children that were turned into your slaves, Leah, you saw all the kids being slaves. Repudiate it, advocate for them, show us that you give an F, because so far you're just like, oh, I'm so confused. Oh, I'm so this. Oh, Mike Rinder really wanted to save a world. Oh, I'm so about this. Oh, I have no dog in that fight. Oh, that didn't apply to me. Well, good, it didn't apply to you. Consider yourself lucky. Check your entitlement instead of shitting on the kids that it did apply. That would be a great idea for you to finally check your entitlement, because here you are confessing all manner of rules were bent so that celebrities like you would stay in the fold. If you don't see how that was the manipulation they were running on you, then you are more stupid than anyone can actually say. You're beyond help if you don't understand that you had a level of entitlement no child inside of those hotels has. And apparently you are not pressed about it. Why? Why do you not give an F in the year 2024? In this year, maybe back in the day where you were just out of your mind, really believing the hype and, oh yeah, you're really going to save our world. And oh yeah, give us another $1 million. And oh yeah, you've gave $5 million to these people, Leah Remini. So you're $5 million up to your neck and ears in skin in the game. But it must be nice to be you, to just refuse. Oh no, you know what? I'm not going to get sec checked. Don't want to do that anymore. I'll do a course. Send me to do a course. I'll do that. I just don't want to be interrogated anymore. That's the difference between adults and kids, just so you know.
Sign those things all the time, which you're not allowed to have looked at, those releases.
Right.
One of my last times signing up for course was, I think, for level 3. And
yeah, releases that children are also being made to sign, Leah. You're a grown-ass woman when you're signing these releases. So again, check your privilege. And if you didn't have anyone looking over what you were signing when you had legal representation at your fingertips, the big celebrity that you were, the big agents in the outside world, in the WOG world, you had access to the outside world. Kids don't have that access. Kids like us never had a shred of legal representative anywhere near us. Nowhere. Nowhere at all.
And I said to my registrar, my salesperson, I said, I'm actually going to have this looked at because I was just screwed by another Scientologist who I wasn't allowed to bring. I wasn't allowed to involve my lawyer. I had a non-Scientology lawyer who told me, you need to work at a contract with this Melinda Brownstone, the person who was my assistant at the time, who was a Scientologist. And I called her, I told her, my lawyer wants to maybe talk to your lawyer if you have one and talk about this contract with us because it's very unfair to me. Basically, it says that you could extort any amount of money you want from me at any time.
What about the unfair contracts that kids had, Leah? Why don't you spend more time worrying about the contracts kids were being made to sign? Because you're very pressed about your adult issues. And it couldn't be more tone deaf. It couldn't be more altered importance on steroids for you to be really worrying about, oh yeah, just like it happened to me when I had an assistant. I was so inconvenienced because the attorney that gave you legal advice I guess advice you didn't follow because the assistant you had really ran, oh yeah, you can't really use attorneys inside of the hotel. And that's all it took for you to, take it down.
And she said, are you threatening to sue another Scientologist or bring Scientologists to court, or because that's against our policies, Leah, you know that? And I was like, no, just saying, he's saying that we should just have these contracts looked at before we sign them. And she's like, well, if you're saying that you are wanting to get a WOG attorney on me, then I'm going to have to write you up for this, like a knowledge report on me. And I was like, no, never mind. And I did. I went against my lawyer and she took me for a lot of money. But anyway, the same with Joel Steve.
So you go against your lawyer and this assistant of yours takes you for a lot of money and you expect us to what? Cry? We left with 100,000 debt from those hotels, Leah, based on contracts that your bestie right next to you drafted up with his cabal of disgusting attorneys that as of today are there arguing that unconscionable contracts children were made to sign are to be enforced. So, overpaid celebrity that was inconvenienced because an assistant took a lot of money from you, or kids that were trafficked, given 100 grand of a debt on their way out. But I guess that doesn't matter to you because, you were very inconvenienced here and fine.
Stevens, another Scientologist who I wanted to bring to court because he was extorting money from me. And my church told me, you cannot bring Joel Stevens to court. He's a Scientologist. You're a Scientologist. You have to handle it within Scientology.
Right.
And I asked to look over the what do they call, Mike?
Enrollment agreements.
Enrollment agreement. I said to my registrar, I need to have these looked at. My lawyer just is kind of tired of me having to give money to other Scientologists who are basically extorting money from me. And she said, are you threatening to bring this to a lawyer because you know that you're not allowed to do that? You're not even allowed to have this leave the building. I said, I know, but we don't know what we're signing, honey. This was Kathy. What's her name? Kathy, who was a Reg at CC. Do you know who she was? She was there for 20.
I know who she was, Leah. Kathy, the Reg at CC. Yeah. She went around regging a ton of underage kids. That Kathy. Your Reg. So just FYI, just in case you weren't aware of kids getting regged by Kathy, Kathy loved getting underage kids to go pay her to do services inside of those hotels. So your problem is an adult problem that you had for yourself here. And apparently you realized that no one else was having that problem but yourself. And apparently you didn't give an F that kids were being made to sign contracts. And no one of the Scientology parents, no one of the Scientology adults have raised any type of alarm about this atrocity, about this legal atrocity. If you are a full-grown adult, if you hire an attorney, if you pay the $500 an hour retainer, if you get the advice to follow the law and you go said, F that, I'm going to do whatever the hotel is telling me, that's on you. It's your choice as a grown woman to literally ignore the advice of your attorney. Who do you want to blame for that? Since you were grown, since you were out in the real world, Leah Remini, you weren't stuck inside of the hotel. By this point, you were well off into the celebrity stratosphere, into having people, eating out of your literal palm of your hand to do you favors as you literally were securing assistance that, apparently took you for a lot of money. Boo-hoo.
25, 30 years. Anyway, she said I wasn't even allowed to have a copy and I wasn't allowed to leave the building with it. So this is very much said to us throughout our science.
You're not allowed to have a copy. You cannot even leave the building, the contract. I mean, what type of adult signs up, pays a hotel, and then gets told, oh yeah, but you can't take the contract, but you can follow the lawyer's advice, but you can't do this, but you can't do that, and goes, oh, okay, well then let me just acquiesce to everything because you really did tell me. That's on you. That stupidity is on you. That level of self-abasement over yourself is on you. It'd be great if you took this situation and you went, if I had this much trouble as a full-blown glaring celebrity that I was, what type of problem are the underage kids having for themselves? Because that's the question you need to ask yourself today, Leah Remini. What type of problem are kids having with contracts being signed, with contracts being kept in the buildings because you really can't take it to a lawyer, because you can't even take a lawyer's advice, even if you have the luxury to pay one? I mean, literally.
Scientology lies. It was never said to me through a lawyer of Scientology. It was always said to me through my ethics people or to even the registrar, even the salespeople were saying this.
Right. And I was going to say to you, Leah, that the answer to the question, like, I don't know who this Fabios or whatever his name was. I don't know who that is. I've never had any interaction with them. Jane Doe, one's mother is...
So you can say Jen B.
Okay, yeah. Jane Doe, one's mother, is someone that I do know and had been around forever and been on OT levels and this and that.
Incorrect, Mike Rinder. She wasn't on OT levels. But glad that you knew the mother so well. Because it really does show how forward-facing you truly were. Never mind that this was your junior at OSA. Never mind that you had her working under you as a child. Never mind that she was married off to a grown adult with your explicit permission as the LRH PPRO network overseer. How many more child brides were they in the Sea Org, Mike Rinder? How many more child brides were sent to Las Vegas? Because you know, that little loophole that you and your buddy attorneys must have really concocted is alive and well. Thanks to Isabella, we now have corroboration that that is happening over by the Org of Pasadena as of very, very recently. So your legacy is alive and well. The child brides are alive and well. The policy of blaming children for their own essay is alive and well. Kids are being made to sign unconscionable, binding contracts of 1 billion years to become full-blown slaves of all of the adults that love to get serviced by these kids. All of that is alive and well. Imagine what type of advocacy you've done where you've literally not even made a dent to protect a shred of child because you don't give an F. You've never said, you've never uttered the word no more kids in Scientology. You have kids, Mike Rinder, that were our age when we were being abused inside of those hotels. So once again, put that through your filter. If you have no conscience, if you have no awareness, if you refuse to understand the assignment, let's force you to understand the assignment. We wouldn't want your kids there. We wouldn't want any more children stuck inside those unconscionable, disgusting contracts that, yes, like Leah says, everybody's signing, everybody's saying, yes, sign the contract. It's all very legal. We have so many attorneys at this hotel. You have no idea how legal it is for children to sign contracts. You have no idea how we can bamboozle all children to think that the contracts they're signing are legally binding, because apparently in America, that is all it takes. Type a piece of paper of a contract and turn a child into a slave. And that's how you can circumvent the Constitution. Got it.
She didn't need to have a lawyer contact her to tell her, don't cooperate with the authorities, or don't testify, don't volunteer, don't do anything, because she already knew.
That's what I'm saying. All Scientologists know this to be law.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Absolutely. And look, Leah, I just want to go back to this document again.
And I can't read it, just so you know, Mike, so you're going to have to read. Even my glasses on, I can't see it. So.
Okay. Oh, God. Remove. And here we go. Okay. It says, we read the first one and I read the last one.
Go ahead.
But in between that, there is delivering up the person of a Scientologist without justifiable defense or lawful protest to the demands of civil or criminal law. Like,
but what the F does that mean?
That means you can't offer information or the person themselves to law enforcement, civil or criminal, unless you've done all the lawful protests that you can do to ensure that you're not doing that, to avoid doing that.
I mean, it's right there. It's right there.
Public statements against Scientology or Scientologists, but not to committees of evidence duly convened.
Delivering up the person of a Scientologist without justifiable defense or lawful protest to the demands of civil or criminal law. A high crime. This is the hotels where kids are kept, where it's guaranteed for anyone that wants to read about the type of safe environment anyone who is thirsty to abuse kids has a free reign to do so inside of the hotel. Because don't worry about it. It's going to be a high crime to deliver you High crime. Why? Why would we deliver you when we can sell you more bullshit inside of this hotel and you can just claim a tax write-off that you don't deserve, because there is no world in which a tax write-off should be being taken because someone literally admits to a felony. But then they have even more protections. Oh yeah, let's not deliver you to anywhere.
Statement or any testimony that a Scientologist gives that would be detrimental to the defense of a Scientologist being charged with a crime is in violation of this.
Okay.
Detrimental? I mean, again, the ones that are cradled and canoodled, the ones that are infantile, self-made degenerates, the ones that purport they're just little kids inside of the hotel are the full-grown adults. Oh, we're playing a game. Take me to my ethics. Let me finish before 2 and make a statistic so that everyone's so happy inside of this hotel. Oh yeah, I just attested to declaring every single time I have ever committed a criminal act against a child and my needle floated. I would love to thank L. Ron Hubbard. I would love to thank Chairman of the Board RTC. I would love to thank Mike Rinder for really taking the time to convince Monique Yingling to talk to the IRS to give me my tax write-off. Hip, hip, hooray.
Testifying hostilely before state or public inquiries into Scientology to suppress it. Well, Scientology would say a trial of a prominent celebrity Scientologist for sexual assault is, and if you testified honestly to what you knew, you would be testifying hostilely,
right,
in order to suppress Scientology, because Scientology is going to get a black eye out of the prosecution and ultimate conviction of Danny Masterson.
Right.
And then we get to the one that you were referencing with Melinda Brownstone and others, bringing civil suit against any Scientology organization or Scientologist, including non-payment of bills or failure to refund, without first calling the matter to the attention of the International Justice Chief and receiving a reply. And Scientology will say, well, we don't prevent people from filing a civil lawsuit, or they just have to inform the International Justice Chief. Well, the International Justice Chief often does not reply. And when he does, he says, no, you need to take this to a chaplain's court. Or you need to take this
to a chaplain's court. Again with the delusions, Mike Rinder. Again with the self-infantilization. A chaplain's court. Why? Because a convicted felon said you were offering chaplain's courts. So now you're citing the convicted felon. We have this thing. Scientology would say this. Scientology would say that. You were the architect when L. Ron Hubbard was dead in his grave, Mike Rinder, to institute these policies. That's why you can actually speak to them. That's why you know that the International Justice Chief would never answer. He was your junior. Where did he get his ideas to operate like that on his post?
to wise arbitration.
A Scientology front group, and then, or he'll say, this is your decision, because this is cleverly worded, right? This is, of course, your ultimate decision, but I need to refer you to Suppressive Acts. This is a Scientology policy that lays out the laws. Suppressive Acts meaning acts.
What's so funny, Mike Rinder? What's so funny about in the unconscionable situation where you end up getting, essayed, where you end up getting abuse, where a crime is committed against you, you are told to write to the International Justice Chief, who won't answer, as you just stated, or who like Leah just said, is going to write some cockamamie response talking about how, oh yeah, it's your decision, but I would like you to really read this policy where the high crimes are listed. So these are the type of high crimes that we invented inside of a hotel. This is the type of infantile, degenerate ethics we run inside of the hotel, propped up by L. Ron Hubbard, convicted for fraud felon that he was. So really pay attention to that instead of, following due process because you are existing above the law. Imagine you, Mike Rinder, that has so much access to attorneys that no attorney ever told you, yo, dude, no one's above the law. But the convicted felon said, no one is above the law. That's the law. Law is common sense. It's that simple. Law dictates that everyone is supposed to abide by these common sense rules. It's supposed to be the consciousness of a society. If everyone reads the laws, it's all just common sense. But give it to these people, give it up to these people who did figure out how to run their hotels fully above the law, fully isolated from any laws. And yeah, it sucks to be a child that grew up inside of that disgusting, chaotic, lawless dysfunction.
That are illegal to Scientology. And then they sign it, which, by the way, I thought was so crazy, Mike, when I looked at the 5,600 pieces of documents between OSA going back and forth on how to destroy people, you know, the most horrific things, and then you guys have the balls to write ML, much love. Like, where did you learn that? Like, why did you guys write?
Much love. Ha, 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 ha. I mean, that's all it took. You guys, they would write their disgusting, unhinged, illegal orders on pieces of paper that were supposed to be internal documents only, like all your OSA files, Mike Rinder, where you are there incriminating yourself from one dispatch to the next, where you have corroborated for everyone, thank God, that yes, it wasn't a figment of our imagination, the fact that you were that looped in, that personally, that intrinsically, that intimately looped in on information. And imagine that those were the curated files that you had on yourself. Imagine what Scientology has on you. No wonder you never have placed a lawsuit. No wonder you've never wanted to go with all your legal background, hire an attorney to really sue them for what they did to you. Because in what world were you really going to be able to sue when you were the architect of the racketeering criminal scheme from a legal mind perspective? Because you were smarter than Marty Rathbun. You were smarter than David Miscavige. That's why you were tapped to be doing what you were told. So imagine that all it took is for you to write much love at the bottom of something, for you to think everything is great, everything is wonderful, and ha, ha, ha.
Much love. Where did you get that from? That was so insane.
Hubbard.
That right,
Hubbard.
much love?
Yes. Yes. Hubbard had a little sort of hierarchy of much love, best, R.
Oh, Hubbard. Your little daddy figure, Mike Rinder. Oh, Hubbard. He had a little hierarchy. Isn't that so endearing that the convicted felon that you were so goo-goo gaga for had a little hierarchy of how you, I'll say much love here. I'll say love if I'm a little pissed. I'll say best if I'm real pissed. And I'll say R to really tell you F you. So thank you. Thank you for sharing such great little fond memories of the convicted felon that you were so goo-goo gaga for.
Mike, shut up. Are you serious? You can put that there. I'm not going to eat it on camera, but thank you. Oh, Mike, you should see what just came from me.
Oh, I heard what you wanted, so I'm jealous.
On a Kaiser roll with fries and coleslaw.
It's going to get cold. We better hurry up.
Okay. Yeah. So there is an actual. So why would you write something so heinous and then with much love though?
It became sort of
writing. I don't understand.
It became
because they were psychotic out of their mind, Leah. Because you're speaking to a full-blown psychopath that has refused to atone, that has refused to take it back, that has refused to acknowledge anything. So Why? Why did you write something much love at the end of it? Why? Why? Isn't it so interesting?
I'm sort of a, like, everybody just signs everything much love.
So Mike Ellis, if and by the way,
Everybody was following whatever the convicted felon said, down to how they signed their disgusting dispatches.
Jane Doe 1 did write Mike Ellis saying, that Danny is not getting handled. He's not even apologizing. Like, he's taking no responsibility. He's off drinking and carrying on and DJing and this and that and the other thing. His answer was no.
Right.
It's your decision, but I just want to remind you of Suppressive Acts. Much love, Mike Ellis, IJC.
I know.
Now, let's talk about really quickly, Mike.
So you do know. Because you were in OSA still, weren't you, Mike Rinder, when all of the Danny Masterson situation was going on? As much as you purported to have been so clueless and in a hole and in a whatever in the hell else you pitch you were. But here you just said that you did know the type of things that your junior Mike Ellis was saying. Isn't it great? What was that policy from L. Ron Hubbard, Mike Rinder? The criminal always leaves clues everywhere so he gets caught. Sounds like you fit the profile of exactly what L. Ron Hubbard said you were. Because you really want to stop hurting people. That's what L. Ron Hubbard said, right? Your little master and commander. It sounds like you should have literally opened your eyes. Because here you're telling on yourself all over the place. All over the place.
Just so everybody knows, a Scientologist in good standing could be somebody who's committed. What doesn't get you kicked out of Scientology is committing crimes. What is a crime in Scientology? Reporting the crime to law enforcement.
Correct. That's exactly right.
Ha, 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 ha. That's exactly right. Ha, ha, ha. Reporting a crime to the authorities is the crime. Ha, 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 ha. But then you had an industrial scale of kids that were suffering commissions of criminal acts and felonies, and it's ha 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 ha, it's going to be a crime if anybody inside of this hotel reports a crime being committed against a child. Laugh away all you want.
Because people have been asking, will Danny be expelled? Why would he be expelled? He didn't commit a Scientology. He didn't break Scientology's laws. He's not saying, which is true, I told my church that I had done this. My church didn't report it to the police. My church said they'll fix this punch on. I have a punch on for doing these things. I mean, he hasn't done that.
Right. I know. So he hasn't turned against and said anything negative about Scientology. So
Leah, no self-admitted essayer of children, rapist, or any other self-admitted felon inside of there had that. This wasn't a Danny only situation. That's the one that you know because you live in your little celebrity entitled bubble. There's plenty of rapists. There's plenty of chomos, self-admitted chomos that no one know exist, that no one know who they are, that no one will ever know, thanks to all the safeguards implemented by your bestie next to you. So as much as you act so shocked that this happened with Danny, get the name Danny out of your mouth and expand the scope of what's being denounced, because it was institutional. It was systemic. Across the boards, everywhere, in all the hotels, in all their commercial buildings, all self-admitted chomos, all self-admitted rapists were handled like this. With little gloves, with little cotton balls. Rockabye baby, let's really take care of you. Let's really make sure your needle floats. As long as you can pay, as long as you're being good for us, as long as you are not telling anyone outside, as long as you really maintain the silence, then we're going to be able to help you so much you have no idea.
He's still okay.
We talked about what James Barber was being accused of and what he admitted to. He's not an expelled member of Scientology.
Right. Right.
Lying to the authorities is a Scientologist in good standing. Committing crimes or withholding information, or these are not things that get you expelled in Scientology.
Right.
Talking about it does, and going
Yes.
to the authority does. Suing Scientology does. Those are the crimes, everybody.
Yep.
Okay, let's get back to Scientology not having policies. Let's just go through them quickly, Mike. Ready?
Yeah.
Go.
I'm gonna, Leah, we were gonna talk about being a victim, but I think we should do a whole separate thing about that, about how victimhood is seen in Scientology, and focus on the policies that very specifically say, do not cooperate, don't, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
I'm gonna grab a couple more.
Okay, but for now, I want to go through some things that we were talking about with Scientology stating that they have no policies.
Yes.
You mind?
Exactly.
Okay.
Yeah,
So
here we go.
So there's HCOP. What do you got there? Oh yeah.
The Manual of Justice.
Yes.
If you are being investigated, sit tight. Don't cooperate. Never spook if investigated, and don't cooperate. Sit tight. Be silent. Make the investigator talk. If you don't scare or cringe, the menace fades away.
It's not a typo, you guys. Is the Manual of Justice. If you are being investigated, sit tight, don't cooperate, never spook if investigated. Don't spook. Don't cooperate, sit tight, be silent. How Ruby Frankie of all of you. You know what Ruby Frankie was doing, you guys, when she got caught committing felonies against her children? Applying this policy. Never mind that she wasn't a Scientologist. Never mind that she wasn't doing that, but she was doing exactly the same thing. Oh, let me not spook. Let me just not cooperate. Just sit there. The police people were asking her questions. Oh. Like a complete criminal that she is. In what world is this a religious advice? Can anyone really write it down? What type of religious organization says that if you're being investigated, sit tight and don't cooperate and don't spook and just sit tight and be silent? Make the investigator talk. If you don't scare or cringe, the menace fades away.
And this is absolutely iron-bound Scientology policy.
Yep.
Iron-bound Scientology policy. Scientology policy. Iron-bound, Mike Rinder. What type of religious aims are being accomplished by this? Can anyone really tell us what that is?
If there is an investigation into Scientology, do not, under any circumstance, cooperate. In fact, this other policy that's here, 15 Feb 66, attacks on Scientology additional, don't ever tamely submit to an investigation of us. Make it rough on attackers all the way.
Make it rough on attackers all the way.
You can get reasonable about it and lose. Attackers.
You can get reasonable about it and lose. Reasonable means they don't want you to be reasonable. They don't want you to be reasonable. They don't want you to be sane. You're supposed to just act insane, unhinged, out of your mind, don't cooperate. What type of activities are you doing inside of these hotels, Mike Rinder, that these are the type of policies being proposed as so-called religious doctrine of the convicted felon, daddy figure that you worship? Because this really tells everything you were about inside of those hotels. You were perfectly, completely full knowing that this is how things were supposed to be handled. Imagine being the Scientology attorneys and like idiots, they don't know that their disgusting, unhinged, child abuse, trafficking client, Ghislaine Maxwell's on steroids, have policies. Oh, in case you get caught, in case you get investigated, just sit there like a fucking fish. Don't move, don't answer. Make the investigator talk instead. How does that make a shred of literal sense?
Because it's simply an anti-Scientology propaganda agency, so far as we are concerned. They have proven they want no facts and will only lie.
So far as we are concerned, anti-Scientology propaganda agency, so far as we are concerned. There is no propaganda, idiotic Scientology people. Sycophants of a convicted felon. There is no propaganda. It's time for y'all to face the literal facts. Facts don't give an F about your feelings. Oh, well, I'm going to be very disillusioned because I was told the convicted felon really wanted to save our world and I was all about doing his bidding and really forwarded his mission. Stop being stupid. Stop being criminal. Stop being complete unhinged idiots. That's all. That's all that's being asked. Because all of this projection about how, oh, you really are anti-Scientology. We're anti-child abuse. We're anti-telling kids that they pulled in their own essays. We're anti-felonies being committed on U.S. soil with everyone playing dumb like these policies aren't incriminated in it of themselves. What type of religious activity really has to write these things on a piece of paper? What type of criminal acts are you all doing that you have to write this down? Think about it. What type of criminal acts? Where's the good faith? Because this just eroded your defense that people were there in good faith. If people are there signing up, being shown ironclad policies, where, yeah, we will gaslight anybody that comes for us because we don't want to be told to stop abusing the children that we have all entitled ourselves to force, to groom, to play slaves for us to get off in our little power trips from hell. Highly illegal power trips for adults to think that children can just be used willy-nilly as slaves, and then all of a sudden, everyone in the law is going to look the other way. The law can play stupid all at once, but then the facts surface, and then the law has a credibility crisis, and then the law has to act. Right? Weinstein was able to circumvent all the laws, was able to abuse as many women as he wanted to, and then all of a sudden, then the law had to be like, oh, okay, well, there's a lot of smoke here. Okay, let's really do something about it. Jeffrey Epstein, the same. Oh, he's really a philanthropist to save our world. Him and Ghislaine, oh my God, they're so great. They're so wonderful. Until they couldn't do it anymore. But you, Scientology, with your bullshit pitch that you want to save a world as you have policies of how you're really not supposed to cooperate with investigators. Why are you not cooperating with investigators? What the F are you hiding that you really have policies that state this thing? Because these are policies that show the lack of any semblance of good faith. It shows how the whole time it was about violating the law and entitling yourselves to do so. Having unfettered access to kids, effing them over, and playing dumb, and letting the law really struggle to make their case. And that's all it took for the stupid ass people at the law enforcement side to go, oh, it's so hard to do our job. Because you know what? The Scientologists, whenever we call them, they just don't talk. Oh, I don't want to be at the FBI anymore. My job is so hard. What am I going to do? The criminals don't want to discuss it because they read it on a piece of paper to not talk to us. Oh no, being at the FBI is so hard. Being Homeland Security, we have no idea how to do our job. Oh, LAPD, we just can't investigate our way out of a paper bag. We can't connect any dot. Oh, you poor little things.
No matter what they discover. So banish all ideas that any fair hearing is intended and start our attack with their first breath. Never wait, never talk about us, only then.
Banish all ideas that any fair handling is intended and start our attack with their first breath. Imagine that's the level of dangerous entitlement these people have, you guys. That's why they're so unhinged. That's why they went over to the other side of the spectrum, to the point of no legal return. Because as it's stated right here, oh no, don't anyone that says no, it's no, they don't have the facts, they don't know what they're talking about. We are really saving our world. Bullshit. You are all laundering criminal acts at an industrial size scale. You are all obstructing justice, which is a serious felony. You are all acting as a coordinated conspiracy, criminal conspiracy of the highest order. That, yes, happens to have your most vulnerable victims be the children of all the parents that decided to become paid members of hotels run by the sycophants of a convicted felon. Clear? Or are we still like, oh, we were told that the IRS really did decide that this was a nonprofit? What type of nonprofit IRS states in their policies that the nonprofit is to literally attack with their first breath?
Them use their blood, sex, crime to get headlines.
Use their blood, sex, crime to get headlines. Oh, not Mike Rinder telling on himself, you guys. Not Mike Rinder telling on his literal self. So for all of you who are wondering if he's OSA or not OSA, he's OSA! What the F were his 7 videos of stupidity, but an effort for him to use blood, sex, crime to get headlines. And imagine all the dysfunction that's already been proliferating all over our community as everyone is yapping and talking and attacking each other and blabbing about this and blabbing about all things that are altered importance to helping kids get out of this disgusting, abominable child trafficking hotels. So whether you're paid or not, Mike Rinder, you're still doing the same shit. So thank you. Thank you for showing us the policies that you apply. Because you're going to your grave applying those policies, meaning that there's no difference between you and disgusting, degenerate L. Ron Hubbard. That you happen to have more recent skin in the game than that degenerate that should have been left to rot in his delusions of grandeur, in his utter psychosis. But instead, you, David, and Marty Rathbun went and resurrected him. So here's the policy of L. Ron Hubbard, but apparently that policy you still apply because that's exactly what you did, right? Use blood, sex, crime to get headlines. So how many more headlines of wasted YouTube airtime are we really going to have to sit here as everyone really tries to decompartmentalize the bullshit, the misdirector that you sent everyone on a mission to go to? Oh, look over there. It's Aaron Smith Levin that's creating all the problems because I really want to stand up to bullies. Imagine that was your line, Mike Rinder. Imagine you regurgitated that ad nauseum. How stupid can you possibly be when the literal policies of how you operate are here in your own literal YouTube channel?
This is
And by the way, but you can see exactly they're following this, right? By everybody who's spoken out, everybody who's a whistleblower of Scientology, right? That's exactly what they're doing. They're rapist supporters, they're wife beaters, they're
absolutely, Leah. It's incredible.
Isn't it so funny? Aren't we having such a great time? Aren't we such great besties? You're not a child, Mike Rinder, even though apparently Leah Remini does deserve a commendation for infantilizing you, because that's what it takes for you to come clean, to be spoken to like some infantile child that, oh, ha, 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 let's laugh it up. Let's really launder all this disgusting stuff. Because if you laugh and laugh and laugh, apparently that's supposed to distract us from your sadistic legacy. It's not working. In case you didn't notice, it's not working whatsoever.
They just start launching attacks,
Mhm.
and it's
Apologies, yeah.
it's sort of laughable if it wasn't so terrible.
Laughable. Laughable. Sort of laughable. Look, Mike Rinder. Look, do you see here? This rip? This is what my husband was wearing when he was attacked by the LAPD in that little fair game campaign launched as he was advocating for the kids. Because in case you didn't watch that live, you don't know what in the hell we're talking about because you never watch anything and you're just out of the loop and you couldn't care less. Laughable, right? He spent 3 days in jail because he told an LAPD officer that they were there for the kids. And then the LAPD officer launched a horrific actual attack. He was put in handcuffs, Mike Rinder. Where are your MF handcuffs? When have you been put in handcuffs? After all the obstruction of justice, after all the children you told that were responsible for their own essay, where the F are your fucking handcuffs? Can anyone find any handcuffs for you? Or no, you're just like, oh, on a mission to save a world. Let me type my blog. Oh, let me do a little video here to really sanitize my image on my way out. Where's your handcuffs? Where are they? Because it's not a laughing matter for anyone who's understood that there's children there that have no advocates. Thanks to the work you did with Marty Rathbun, David Miscavige, Shelley Miscavige, Debbie Cook, Angie Trent, Angie Blankenship, Sue Gentry-Pichet, Pilar Saldarriaga, Jenny Linson, Richard Reese, Ann Glushakow, Alan Kordosinski, Sean Carino Smith. Can continue going on and on and on. There's plenty of co-conspirators you had. There's plenty of people that were implementing your disgusting policy about really staying mum when they were getting investigated. And thanks to the efficiency of your office, none of you ended up in handcuffs ever. Thanks to you and your high-profile attorney offices that are all about obstructing justice. But yeah, laughing matter almost if it wasn't so, yeah, exactly.
Yeah, and evil.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Yeah. Okay.
And- Okay, next one. Another interesting policy, which you brought to my attention originally, and I have now used numerous times.
Okay.
This is a current, like a confessional in Scientology is like an interrogation. And an interrogation, and there is this very famous one in Scientology that is shorthand called the Joburg.
And everybody has to do it.
Everybody has to do it. And this
Civilian
is
Scientologists, staff members, Sea Org
Yeah, everybody had to do it, including me at 12 years old, Mike Rinder. Just an FYI to you. We were being asked if we've ever raped anybody. Why the F were you asking children if they've raped anybody, if they've ever murdered anyone, if they had anything to do with an abortion at 12 years old? What type of religious experience is it for a child to be asked those questions? Have you ever had a sex with a member of your own family? Have you ever murdered anyone? Those were the questions in that confessional that you just said to everyone, that everyone does it. If you're a child, it doesn't matter. If you're 12 years old, it doesn't matter. This confessional that everybody does.
Remembers, everybody has to do the jerg. And this is read. Actually, the instructions even say.
Yeah, the following statement should be read or quoted to the person being security checked. See, it's the title got changed to confessional list, but actually it was called the Joburg sec check, and it's still colloquially called the Joburg sec check. And in fact,
colloquially, it's a piece of shit. It's not a confessional. It's a piece of disgusting garbage propped up by your daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard, the convicted felon you were obsessed with. Stop using distancing language to sanitize this disgusting abomination, Mike Rinder, because right here, no Scientologist will ever bear witness against you in court by reason or answers to the security check. Even the ones that answer, have you ever raped anyone? Guess what grade Danny Masterson was on before his rape was magically floated away? Grade 2. Grade MF2. So they do take it very far. They do promise, and you all did deliver the promises that you promised to the self-admitted felons. That's what's wrong with your disgusting business model. That your business model is to help self-admitted felons. That your business model is to place underage kids in unconscionable positions for which they cannot consent, for which they cannot participate in, for which they cannot get off on the way that you adults were getting off on the disgusting things you were doing. That's all. Right there, highlighted again, because there's evidence against you more than anyone could possibly fill up. So you can be indicted and fully criminally put away for life, because we would meet beyond any motherfucking reasonable doubt, and then some, if you were ever taken to court based on just the policies themselves, based on all the evidence that you were keeping in the PC folders, all the evidence that you were video recording, all the evidence, because you all Scientology people know. There's no one that doesn't know. There's no one that didn't get found out. Everyone did this sec check. Everyone was told, oh yeah, in here at the hotel, you have no idea how much we're going to keep your felonies that you're about to confess, because we're going to ask you if you committed this felony, because we're going to ask you if you committed this other felony. And what about this other felony? And what about that other felony?
in the reference, it says you're about to begin a security check.
Correct. And it says it here. These are the instructions for the person performing the security check. It says the following statement should be read or quoted to the person being security checked. Now, can I read this, Mike? Because this drives me insane. And this is quote: "We are about to begin a security check. We are not moralists. No shit. We are able to change people." Not so. I shouldn't add anything. Let me not add anything. Let me start. I shouldn't add my. I'm sorry. We are about to.
Yeah, they're able to change people. The self-admitted felon rapist is told, oh, but we have the technology. We have the technology. We're able to change people. We're not moralists, but you know, if you did commit a few felonies, we are able to change you. As long as you tell us, then we're going to be able to change you. That's how that disgusting pitch went. Right, Mike Rinder?
To begin a security check. We are not moralists. We are able to change people. We are not here to condemn them. While we cannot guarantee you that matters.
They didn't condemn a single thing. They aided and abetted. They profiteered once the self-admissions were made, once the self-admissions were video recorded, once the self-admissions were transcribed, once the self-admissions were inputted into their PC folder, ethics folder, personnel folder, and central files. So where was the part where no one found out about all these crimes being admitted to in full? Where is that plausible deniability? Can anyone really find it?
Revealed in this check will be held forever secret. We can promise you faithfully that no part or of nor any answer you make here will be given to the police or state. No Scientologist will ever bear witness against you in court by reason of answers to this security check. The security check is exclusively for Scientology purposes.
I mean, it couldn't be plainer.
Plainer.
These policies, Leah, couldn't be more explicit. They are explicit. They are written. You can find them in the written published materials of Scientology today, right now.
Tell me something we don't already know, Mike Rinder. It couldn't be more plain. It couldn't be more clear. It couldn't be more illegal. It couldn't be more severe. It couldn't be more institutional. It couldn't be more have done at an industrial size scale. All admissions that you provided here without any context of your self-incrimination, because, you know, you're not given any actual context to anything. You just spoken about the fluff and the puff. Oh, yeah. I mean, how did anyone miss this? How? How did anyone miss that we had this going on? You should be asking that to yourself, Mike Rinder, if you even believe your own lie. If you even believe your little like gullible face that you're putting here, like, oh my God, I'm just so confused. Like it's so plain and clear.
Now you can go and get them. And it's not just that they're in the written materials. They are what are used by Scientologists every single day.
Every day.
Every day. Throughout the Scientology world. This is not esoteric stuff.
No, by the way, this is not even stuff you cannot get yourselves, everybody.
Right.
You don't even need to call us to get these things. Okay.
Exactly.
Okay, this one is, did you do A New Hope for Justice yet? That again is in the ethics book, everybody.
Yeah, I'm going to do this one because I think this is super important.
Please, go ahead.
This is one of the last writings of L. Ron Hubbard. And it's the last chapter of that book called Introduction to Scientology Ethics. And this, though not explicitly saying, don't testify, don't do this, don't turn over files, don't do that. This is the big picture of how Scientologists, based on L. Ron Hubbard's view, view the world outside of Scientology, and particularly the civil and criminal justice systems.
Yeah.
And this is required reading for all Scientologists. It is the handbook that every Scientologist uses on the guiding principles of how to lead an ethical life.
The guiding principles on how to lead an ethical life. I wonder how many times you said that to Monique as you sat there begging pathetically on your knees. Monique, represent me. We really need an IRS approval because we can't wait to make people more ethical. Monique, we want to save our world by, allowing self-admitted felons to get tax write-offs as we ask them if they've ever had sex with a member of their own family. Only to double down, only to triple down on that level of stupidity and illegality by offering highly incriminating statements such as this. Oh, you're going to be forgiven. It's all going to be floated. It's all going to be part of this great technology we have here at these hotels, offering something that no pathetic, stupid-ass lawyer can offer out in the world. Imagine the pathetic Scientology lawyers that don't have the technology that Mike Rinder's hotels provide. Imagine them. Imagine lawyers have to contend with telling clients, oh yeah, we're really going to have to go through due process now. Oh, you really did do that. Oh, you're being accused of that. Oh yeah, you really gonna have to go through all of these procedures. But you know what? Come to find out, why don't you just join Scientology and have it floated away? Because you know what? Why pay an attorney to follow the law when you can pay someone that completed a 2-week course to tell you that whatever felony you were pressed about will get floated, will be safeguarded, will be kept from any courts of any United States or any other country? Why not? I mean, why not? Like, 2-for-1 this week, pay for your shit, and then it'll all get floated away. Compliments of the IRS and Mike Rinder and Monique Yingling and Robert E. Mangle and every other celebrity in there today, right now, who is subsidizing, who is aiding and abetting for this confessional to be done, including but not limited to on underage kids.
Which is what Scientologists claim they do. They are the most ethical beings on the planet, and they lead ethical lives, and it is all based on what?
It's called a delusion, Mike Rinder. So again, with your sanitized, regurgitated pitches that you really do try to convince yourself, oh, that's really what we really thought. We told ourselves that we were so ethical because our daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard, told us that that's what this was all about. That's all it took. That's all it took for you to prop up that delusional state of mind. You're delusional. You're pathetic. You're a full-blown, self-infantilized degenerate that is a clear and present danger to all children that have ever crossed your path. That you turned all of our parents into literal criminal, self-entitled monsters.
Is found and written by L. Ron Hubbard in this book, this one. And this is the last chapter of this book. And I'm about to show it to you on the screen, but I'm going to show it to you in the book. That here it is, the end of the book, New Hope for Justice.
Okay.
So here is page 1 of this particular.
New Hope for Justice. Literally, kid you not, you guys. So for all of you who are confused about L. Ron Hubbard, these are the type of bullshit messaging that he would do. And that's all it took for him to just say, oh, hope for justice, and then pitch all disgusting, deranged ideas that no one had a shred of critical thinking skills to repudiate, to call out, to act in sense.
Writing, and I'm not going to read the whole thing. It'll be on my blog. You can read it, but I do want to read some quotes from here.
Okay.
As they themselves, and he's referring to the justice system in general.
And modern governments, yes.
And modern governments.
Our system, everybody. The system. Yeah,
right. As they themselves are contaminated by their criminal associates, the police and court systems are, in the main, composed of downstats who couldn't make it in life any other way.
Great. So for any of you who are wondering if Scientologists have any regard for anyone in these courts, no. The answer is no. They are contaminated, according to L. Ron Hubbard, Mike Rinder's little daddy figure, L. Ron Hubbard. It's contaminated by criminal associates. Okay? So superior courts of these United States, you're a bunch of criminals. LA Superior Court of these United States, you are a bunch of criminals. You're contaminated by it. Criminal Court of Los Angeles, you are all contaminated by criminals. And then you guys wonder why these people act so hoity-toity and why they have such little regard for the law, for the system, for due process. Because yes, according to this disgusting ethics book, it's all a product, you know, even the police. So you idiots at the LAPD, this is what your Scientology handlers think about you. You're a bunch of criminal associates. The police is composed of downstats that cannot get a job any other way. All right, LAPD officers? So here it is. Your literal masters and commanders, the ones that pay you a check to go and defend them, think that you're so useless and so pathetic that you cannot even get a job any other way. Interesting.
Societies,
A down stat is somebody who's not producing in life. Go ahead.
right, a bum.
Yeah.
Societies traditionally cave in through their police and justice systems, since these provide a channel of contamination between the vicious and lawless and decent people. Eventually, such police and justice systems, aided by advice from criminal practitioners, guess who's coming, such as psychologists and psychiatrists.
Oh, guess who's coming? Mandated reporters are who are coming, Mike Rinder. It is the mandated reporters that you were scared shitless of. And you spotted that very early on. So your whole entire campaign to really, oh, the psychiatrists, oh, the psychologists, oh my God, yes. Degraded by an organization whose principles are carefully planned. I mean, this is it. This is it.
Sink into a belief that all men are criminals.
They don't sink into the belief that all men are criminals. Imagine that is another lie. Due process looks and inspects evidence. In Scientology, self-admitted felons, child abusing, rapists are told that they're not criminals. There's no such thing as an adult criminal inside of these hotels and commercial buildings. So I hope that you guys start really understanding what the allure is for these places. So you can really start understanding why it's a problem that all of these celebrities are all about this disgusting system propped up by their convicted daddy figure felon, L. Ron Hubbard.
A little further, it says police and courts offer an open-armed opportunity to the vicious and corrupt to establish themselves in a position of safety while satisfying their strange appetites of perverted viciousness toward their fellow men.
Perverted viciousness for children. Imagine the type of projection you are reading out loud here, Mike Rinder. The stuff that you read before you went to the IRS. So again, before you go, but I had no shred of a clue. You had already read this book, hadn't you? You were aware that this was one, quote, one of the last things L. Ron Hubbard wrote down from his trailer trash home, completely drugged out of his mind. But just imagine what is being stated here, you guys, so you really understand how police is so easily bamboozled by these people that purport to be a religion that shits on their profession, that says that they're just a bunch of degraded nobodies that cannot get a job. So LAPD leadership, take note who the F is hiring you, because this is who is hiring you. And this man right here is the one that concocted the plan to safe point you, like the idiots that you were, like the easy to infiltrate idiots that you're so easy to kneecap and completely, buy off. Apparently the police is up for grabs in America. Just pay them over time and then you'll have them eating out of your palm of your hand.
Justice systems thereby become a sort of cancer which erode every splendid ambition and achievement of the decent citizen.
Wow. Cancer. Not you quoting cancer from L. Ron Hubbard and then look what happened to you, Mike Rinder.
Justice apparently cannot be trusted in the hands of man. The FBI charter mews about safeguarding the populace, but hides and is utterly disregarded by an organization whose principles are carefully planned wholly on terrorism and conducts itself more lawlessly than any criminal it ever listed as public enemy number one. Who is public enemy number one today? The FBI. Its obvious target.
The FBI. L. Ron Hubbard calls the FBI terrorists. Public enemy number one. Imagine being the idiots at the FBI that are like, but we heard they're very religious and we have to really protect them. Stupid idiots at the FBI. The sycophants of this convicted felon just called you all a terror organization, public enemy number one. And you are all out there literally on your knees servicing these disgusting people. Why? They get called out by name, you guys. FBI, public enemy number 1 today. Because the FBI is obvious target.
Is every opinion leader and public spirited group in America.
Public spirited group in America. The FBI was onto L1 Hubbard, and then the idiots backed away because Mike Rinder and little David Miscavige and little Marty Rathbun were there showing up with their little Monique Yingling at the IRS to get a little nonprofit status so that they could be taken off of the criminal lists where they belong due to the criminal acts that we have discussed here ad nauseum, that Mike Rinder has admitted were systemic, institutionalized, happening all over the place, obstruction of justice galore, offering services of obstructing justice for whoever in the hell feels like having some justice obstructed, go get service at a Scientology hotel. So wonder if the FBI is going to start actually moving, as the facts are not looking in your favor, FBI. You cannot claim that this is a religious activity when you are being called terror. A terror.
Including Scientology, of course. To the FBI, their own charter is not only a subject for mirth, but the Constitution itself, which they are sworn in to uphold, is just garbage, which impedes their headlong terror zeal.
Oh, great. So garbage. The Constitution is garbage. Got it. No wonder they brought back child slavery. No wonder kids were made available to role play as slaves for whoever in the F wanted to get their freak on inside of the Scientology hotels and commercial buildings, as they were offered payment programs, tax write-off incentives, tax breaks, all manner of financial irregularities in exchange to go get service by children. Got it. So yeah, the garbage Constitution that L1 Hubbard just called out.
In the name of justice, and even calling themselves the Justice Department, they practice every conceivable perversion of injustice, with their terror tools preferring
every conceivable perversion of injustice. Imagine the level of projection here, you guys. And again, imagine being the goddamn FBI. How long do you think this has been written in the books? What type of religious doctrine is this? Or is this a religious doctrine that everyone goes, can't have a single shred of critical thinking skills because we're being told by the IRS that being labeled a terror organization, that being labeled a literal public enemy number 1, that literally being blamed for being in charge of practicing every conceivable perversion of injustice is a religious belief? How does that work? Can anyone tell how that works? Can anyone really figure it out?
lies to fact. They have created a police state in which no man, woman, or child, or even a politician is safe, neither from downstats nor the FBI. To the FBI, all men are guilty and can't be proven innocent, and behind her bandaged eyes, justice herself weeps. In the name of justice, they have...
Beside her bandaged eyes, justice weeps. Justice weeps. The American justice system weeps that it bend its knee to a disgusting, convicted felon, degenerate, out of his mind felon that normalized abusing kids at an industrial size scale, that had kids for sale inside of those hotels, that had kids made available for purchase inside of these hotels, that incentivize tax-paying Americans to go get their freak on with the IRS there, subsidizing all the donations given. Justice is not weeping. Blood is coming out of her eyes as she was stabbed with a knife right in her forehead by L. Ron Hubbard and her disgusting surrogates. That's what happened to Justice. And the FBI couldn't be more clueless. The FBI couldn't be more about really saving another world, helping L. Ron Hubbard, helping Mike Rinder, helping all these disgusting degenerates, helping themselves to kids, to give themselves unfeathered access to underage kids who didn't know what in the hell was going on.
Condemn this society to death. This is how every Scientologist is taught to believe the criminal and civil and court justice system and court system.
They were not taught, Mike Rinder. They were groomed. They paid to believe that. Adults like you paid to believe that bullshit. Paid money to purchase the book, read it, implant that idea in your head and go, oh yeah, L. Ron Hubbard did tell me that the FBI is a terror organization, is public enemy number one, is full of perverts that want to pervert all manner of justice. Imagine the level of projection, you disgusting, pathetic idiots that were going, we're the most ethical. So the FBI, just so everyone knows, just so everyone's aware how this was literally groomed onto all the kids.
Is that law enforcement are all evil men. Absolutely. And law enforcement, and he uses the FBI as an example, but this is a broad statement about all police, all prosecutors. Everybody is out to destroy the innocent, good citizens with lies and cheating and death and destruction. And Scientology.
That's what you were doing, Mike Rinder. That's what you were doing yourself, destroying childhoods. Systemically destroying childhoods. Systemically laundering felonies. Systemically abducting kids, including but not limited to Miriam and her two brothers underage that you brought from your own home country, Australia. You trafficked them all the way across international waters into these United States to serve as slaves. Your slaves. Her mother was your slave.
Just firmly believe that if you end up in the hands of the criminal justice system, you are being condemned not just to death, but to an eternity of pain and suffering. Because you'll be in the hands of the psychiatrist, and the psychiatrist will do terrible things to you that will cause you endless eons of pain and suffering.
But more importantly,
again, you guys, their infantile pitch, the fact that they regurgitated as if like, oh yeah, look, we're really calling out this thing. The psychiatrist, the psychologist, they're going to put you here, they're going to put you there. You were selling fear, Mike Rinder. You were selling fear via misinformation, via bullshit that you didn't even believe yourself. Given the fact that you had attorneys on speed dial, given the fact that you were figuring out brokering deals with police agencies so you could kneecap them and run your little sham hotel of perversion right there where you wanted it run. Because let's not forget, you only complained. You only stopped being part of this disgusting hotel chain operation when, David beat you up. Oh, you poor little Mike Rinder. You getting beat up by a man that is a quarter your size, mind you. And you literally went around the entire United States crying, oh my God, you have no idea the hole. Oh, the hole. I was put there. Thomas C. Tobin from the Tampa Bay Times typing and typing. They were so abused. They were so confused. America, cry for Mike Rinder, light up a candle. The poor grown-ass man that was all about doing his post until he was put into a position that, I don't know, I don't like this anymore. When you were being treated to slaves, you loved it, right, Mike Rinder? Then you loved being there. You had no problem with anything until, they put you into pig's birthing, which is what the hole was. So stop calling it the hole. You were in pig's birthing. And you know what? Even that wasn't good enough for you, because even calling you a pig is more disgusting. You're a child abusing trafficker, Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids. That's who you are. So why did they put you in pig's birthing? They should have found a real federal prison where you could be locked up, where you could not be influencing government officials, influencing the IRS, influencing the FBI, influencing the LAPD, influencing the Clearwater Police Department, influencing all manner of 200 lawyers in America, 200 of the most prominent lawyers that you had eating at the palm of your hand. That's why you were a clear and present danger. That's the type of psychopath you were. You could turn any piece of shit, and with your little accent and with your little charm and with your little publicist and with your little typing skills, let me really pitch this to Thomas C. Tobin to make us the real victims of David Miscavige. Let's really just talk about David Miscavige ad nauseum. You and David Miscavige have the same level of legal liability, being that you were all co-conspirators in this racketeering, felonious activity that is not breaking news to you is the problem, Mike Rinder. With your level of legal line, with your level of access to attorneys on speed dial, you're the last one that can claim to have, we had no idea what the law was, you guys. That's why we did it all. Bullshit. The problem with you is that you knew what the laws were. You knew what laws you were broken. You knew you were child trafficking. You knew you were doing it at an industrial size scale. You knew you were locking up children's passports. You knew all of that is textbook felonies, but I don't know. I mean, why? Oh, yeah, Scientology's real crazy, you guys. Let me really tell you how they cover up the crimes. You knew. That's your problem, Mike Rinder. You knew all along. But you won't atone. You won't repudiate anything. You won't give off anything but your little pathetic paperclip withholds. Your little safe short stories that you've concocted so you could have people eating out of the palm of your literal hand. Well, now imagine that your entire body is rotting with cancer. And nobody wishes that on you. But you know what? You shouldn't have wished children to be trafficked at an industrial size scale. Those two things can be true at once, can they?
The psychiatrist, when you die between this life and your next life, the psychiatrist erase your memory of Scientology specifically. And so that's what they sell to Scientologists, that you will go to the implant station in the in-between lives area. I'm not kidding.
Stop. Leah Remini, stop infantilizing yourself. Stop selling these cacamimi stories. We really believe this, you guys. They really did tell us. Who the hell cares? You're really going to go to the implant station. You're really going to go here. You're really going to go there. You're really going to... Little Red Riding Hood is also a thing, Leah Remini, and you don't have to be citing that. None of you adults that were doing this with full knowledge have stopped being infantile, and that's what this moment calls for. Stop being infantile. Stop trying to groom the audience about what you really did believe, because you really did get told that you were really going to end up at an implant station. How pathetic can you be? You're a grown-ass woman. All our parents were infantile, pathetic sycophants of a convicted felon. Period, full stop. Whatever the convicted felon pitched, they bought with paper, with cash, with tax write-offs. It's all over your tax returns. So for anybody who wants to say, oh, they didn't contribute, go check the Scientology tax returns, because there you're going to find just how much these people paid to believe their own bullshit, like the pathetic infantile degenerates they became. Compliments of L. Ron Hubbard, compliments of them putting their critical thinking skills outside of the hotels while they were getting serviced by children inside of the hotels.
Everybody, listen, I'm not being funny. I'm not putting, like, I'm giving you the facts to the confidential.
You're giving us the delusions. There's nothing confidential about a delusion. There's nothing confidential about delusionary, infantile pitches propped up by a convicted felon. That, yes, breaking news to you, you should really be asking Mike Rinder, why, Mike Rinder, if you knew L. Ron Hubbard was so disgusting? Why, if you knew L. Ron Hubbard so personally, down to the level where you knew he would write ML, much love, this and that, why the fuck did you pitch L. Ron Hubbard as an American-bred god? Who got you to think that way? Ask yourself that question in front of a mirror and see if something rattles inside your head, Leah Remini, because 2024 and you're still there. Oh yeah, I'm not being funny. You're not being funny. You're being pathetic. All of you believed very pathetic things. It's time to double check the pathetic things you believed based on the works of a convicted felon that Mike Rinder propped up with fake, false PR pitches as he put himself in the position to be his pro bono publicist.
Levels of Scientology, which Mike and I both have done. And this is factual, what L. Ron Hubbard teaches, that the psychiatrist.
It's not factual. It's not factual, Leah Remini. L. Ron Hubbard didn't teach you shit. L. Ron Hubbard wrote a bunch of perverted, disgusting things on a piece of paper, and then you went and read it, and then you went and implemented it, and then you made it your own. Repudiate it today. It's not too late to realize how stupid you were. By all means, start connecting dots. Stop playing dumb. Stop going, oh, we really were told this. We really were told that.
Are here on the planet to destroy Scientology, and that's why they work so hard to fight psychiatry. It's really
mandated reporters were the only thing that stood between victims being victimized and being sent off as roadkill at the very end of the victimization, of the sacrifice, Leah Remini. So for the 10th billion time, as much as you want to believe the Kaka Mimi story put up together by Mike Rinder and L. Ron Hubbard, as they realized the psychiatrists and psychologists would be their roadblock to expand their disgusting racketeering scheme. Mandated reporters. Oh, I just saw a client that told me that they were being locked up in a hotel room for 10 hours being asked if they've ever raped anybody ad nauseum. Child. Let me really send this to the, to the police. Let me really send this over here. Let me really send that over that. That's the one thing Scientology didn't want. Mandated reporters that could report on their shit. This bullshit war about psychology and we really have beliefs. It's all bullshit. How stupid can you be this late in the game? I'm sorry, but 2024 and you still haven't even figured out why they made up the psychiatry bullshit lie?
Saying, Mike, it's hard to wrap your head around. And I sometimes don't say these things because I don't want people to think that I'm, you know what I mean?
Yeah. I know it sounds so lunatic that you start wondering whether people are going to think I'm crazy because I'm saying this.
And because I stayed in it, right? I believe it.
Ha ha ha. So lunatic. And yes, it worked, you guys. It worked. Because imagine that for how long have we been denouncing this shit? and the idiots at the FBI, the idiots at Homeland Security, the idiots at the LAPD, the idiots at the Clearwater Police Department that were shitted on by L. Ron Hubbard, according to Mike Rinder, as one of the last things he ever wrote, have thought we, the kids, are lunatics. It sounds so crazy. It couldn't be. Sounds so stupid. That's what you were after, Mike Rinder. That's what you wanted us to be, a mess. To regurgitate all your garbage misinformation of your pro bono PR client, L. Ron Hubbard, that you put on the New York Times bestseller list to prop him up and boost him up and boost up his profile and really go, a man on a mission to save a world. Who wants in? Lunatic is what you wanted us to look like. That's what you just did with Miriam, as you smeared her, pretending that Miriam is so stupid that Miriam said that, oh yeah, the Child USA was looking to hire Elaine Maxwell to the board. No. Number one, Miriam didn't say that. Number two, I'm the one that said you were the equivalent of that disgusting Child USA unhinged board from hell that didn't advise any children in California that were essayed that they really should be filing their lawsuits while the window was open. The one that you said was your most proud work you've ever done in your whole entire life, opening those laws, only to have just one person file a lawsuit. So Miriam didn't get it wrong about you, and you are Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids. You inject steroids every day as you trafficked and trafficked and trafficked and grab more kids and grab more kids and put more people to be your co-conspirators, to be recruiting more kids. OSA was in charge of all the passports. OSA was in charge of getting kids across the state lines and inside the country. So before you want to point the finger somewhere else, or you were so facing here, so facing the legal department, Glenn Stylo at Flag reported to you for years, for decades, Mike Rinder. So yeah, the passports of the kids get locked up by OSA, and that's your felony. That's your crime. It's a criminal act. Go check with your buddy attorneys if locking up children's passports and then turning around and saying, but they're all volunteers. What type of volunteer has their passport locked up? Answer that with a straight face. What type of child has their passport locked up as they get told they're here to volunteer? Volunteer to something that they cannot even volunteer to. In case you're too stupid to out this late in the game. In case you're too stupid to be able to repudiate what the policies, like the Joburg that you just told everyone, oh yeah, everybody does that, everybody does that, everybody does that. The children were doing it. I did it at 12. So where is your credibility? Where is your atonement? Where is you coming clean about anything other than laughing it up and spewing garbage in an effort to sanitize your image, in an effort to refurbish your image, in an effort to make yourself useful where you could be soiling the literal image of attorneys that did bring down Jeffrey Epstein, that didn't do their due diligence when they researched getting put up in a board next to you. Imagine that's how disgusting you are. You're able to spill your excrement in every relationship you touch. Because for a long time, with your little curated image of your Papa Smurf, I really want to save a world just like L. Ron Hubbard. Now on the other side, because I'm really here to advocate about what? Advocate about what, Mike Rinder? You have no advocacy record. It's all altered importances. It's all drop time. It's all telling part of a withhold, but not the rest. It's all misdirecting everything so that everything goes according to your delusions. that people are happy to buy. Apparently, everyone in America has been eating out of the palm of your hand, and you've been wrecking childhoods willy-nilly, whoever parent decided to trust you.
We
Yeah,
didn't believe
exactly.
it. We were just like, maybe there's something better later. Like that's what we
Right.
kept hoping, that there was something that would be unraveled later. But on top of these are just a few policies. There's thousands of policies that talk about this Scientology system being superior to our system, superior to law enforcement, superior to the Department of Justice, the IRS. Like that is why it's so easy for this to be in place, because this
Superior, 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 and that's all you ever had inside of these hotels. Degenerates that couldn't be more inferior, that couldn't be more degraded, that couldn't be more disgusting, that couldn't be more delusional. But somehow, the convicted felon and his surrogates told everyone, no, y'all are superior. Yeah, you're superior than everyone else. Law enforcement are disgusting, perverts, can't get a job anywhere. But you, inside of this hotel, laundering felonies are superior than everybody. We'll double check today in the year 2024 just how your superiority complex, your literal white supremacy on steroids is really showing up on the public record. That would be great for y'all to really start figuring that out. Your superiority complex based on delusions of grandeur because a convicted felon told you to.
is what's being taught to you from childhood to adulthood to believe this, right?
It was groomed in your childhood, Leah Remini. You were groomed to think that you were hot shit. And meanwhile, you were literally aiding and abetting in a racketeering criminal conspiracy, something that you did in your older years, something that you continued to participate, something you continued to flow money, power, time, efforts, something you didn't give your child to, right? Because that was the breaking point for you. Oh no, I'm going to end up with my child being taken away from me. Oh, never mind. Let me just leave now. You know what? I think I've had enough. You know, my child getting caught up in this, it's just where I really draw the line. So what about all the other children that were servicing you at the sandcastle, Leah Remini? You were serviced by underage kids at the sandcastle when you were there. So before you go, oh, I had no idea. You were serviced at Celebrity Center and the Sandcastle and any other hotel and commercial building that these people operated, because in case you're too stupid to tell, and you're not, because you were hired as a minor to be working at the Fort Harrison Hotel, at Debbie Cook's disgusting child trafficking hotel that you used to love. Oh, isn't the Fort Harrison great? Isn't the Fort Harrison wonderful? When you were a celebrity, I'm sure everything was great and I'm sure everything was wonderful, Leah Remini. So check your entitlement, because you have no plausible deniability. You cannot claim that you didn't know children were abused. We all went and told you, and you all told us to go F ourselves, and you have no dog on the fight.
It is hammered into you, even in the most innocuous of moments with dealing with Scientology. Like when I was signing up for my next course, it was, you're not threatening to bring this to a lawyer to look at. Are you like things that are just, it is the law in Scientology, and we wanted to be clear about that. And Mike, the other thing that I want to suggest that we post the link to the OSA course, because in there are thousands, and it's over 15. It's like 1,500 pages of course, and in there are all the policies on government agencies and how to deal with lawsuits and
the OSA course. So for all of you that are researchers, go see if this OSA course was really posted or not. Because Mike Rinder is pretending that he's writing a note. I haven't checked if the OSA course exists, but you know, Remini saying here that there's 1,500 pages on how to deal with lawsuits, Mike Rinder. Did you do the OSA course? Because I didn't even know there was such thing as an OSA course. How to deal with lawsuits, how to deal with people that leave. So that would be great for you guys that want to scour through Mike Rinder's blog and really see if the OSA course is there. Because yeah, let's take a look at that OSA course to see what other type of criminal policies were there that prove beyond a reasonable doubt that these people that operated on policies alone, these people that literally outsourced their critical thinking skills to a convicted felon and his criminal co-conspirator surrogates that had no shred of individual thought, that had no shred on how to handle things for themselves, really actually pitch how to do things. The OSA course.
Scientologist, I just want to just tell you, and Mike can confirm this. Some people who are maybe not as educated in Scientology, like, what does Scientology have to do with the Danny Masterson case? What does Scientology have to do with? And Mike can tell you, if a Scientologist is involved in any kind of involved in a lawsuit, involved in a criminal case, a civil case, Scientology behind the scenes is, if not paying for that person's defense or paying for their lawsuit, they are helping the lawyers who are front and center. But Scientology has on retainer over 200 law firms across the country.
200 law firms across the country that Scientology has on retainer. And yes, we do know that they pay the attorneys of any lawsuit that they want to win. Streets already showed you that. DOA already showed you that. Like, they've been doing that. They use their own tax write-off money to concoct and weaponize the literal loss of this country against people, because they are not acting in any shred of good faith. Breaking news: no racketeering enterprise ever would be acting in good faith. That is the literal anatomy of a racketeering enterprise. They don't act in good faith. They don't give an F.
To help lawsuits. But Mike, is Scientology not involved in this case, or in any case?
No, they're very involved, very, very, very involved, and the level of involvement goes up exponentially as several factors sort of come into play. One, how much media attention is this going to get?
Mm-hmm.
Two, how serious and how much other splash effect is there going to be on other people? How widely is this going to implicate others? And three, is David Miscavige going to be dragged into it in any way, or is his name going to be dragged?
But the answer to all of those questions is yes, and a lot. Because
a lot.
Yeah. So for example, I'm not saying that I know this. I'm just asking. This is just a kind of a hypothetical, Mike.
Yeah.
So you have Sean Hawley and the other one, Cohen.
Yeah.
Okay. So what would typically happen? Like, let's just say their day ends. What happens when Scientology is involved? Like, what would happen?
Usually what would happen is that there is some form of liaison, almost certainly in this case, a lawyer, because you don't want to have a Scientologist or a staff member or a Sea Org member directly in touch with them, because that breaks any attorney-client privilege if they get any information or they talk to them. But another lawyer talking to them, like Vicky Podboretsky or Rick Moxon or what was that other guy?
Marty Singer's people, right, whatever.
Yeah. Those guys probably sit down and have a little discussion, a strategy session. What came up? What if they were in the court watching, or they had observers there, which they almost certainly did.
No, they did. Vicky was there every day. And
right.
She claimed that she had a case going on in the building. She didn't. But when Vicky wasn't there, she had sent somebody else from her office, and then there were 3 other people in the hallway on computers after every break. And yeah. So
they were they're sort of going through and analyzing everything from the perspective of how is this going to blow back on Scientology? How is this going to blow back on the organization? What are the media going to say about this? What do we need to be doing in response? What's the dead agent material to deal with whatever it is that came up? What can we use to show that this is all a bunch of lies? Whatever the circumstances are, there is like an analysis being done. And, there's people working through the night in OSA when a trial is going on like this. And, by 7 o'clock the next morning, the orders have been sent out. This is what we need to do. And here's how we need to respond. And this is what the party line is. So that's what happens. How
right.
exactly?
So they're being helped and guided by the 200 plus lawyers that they have at their disposal.
Yeah, probably most of those lawyers aren't involved. Mostly.
Yeah, most of those lawyers aren't involved. Why weren't they not involved, Mike Rinder? 200 plus law firms in America that represent Scientology. For those that want to investigate, find out who those 200 people are, because turns out that that's one of their crisis management techniques. Who could kids that leave our hotels possibly get help with? Oh, let's really hire them to create conflicts of interest across 200 law firms across all of this country. That's a hell of an investment for 200 lawsuit people that are not going to even be using any legal services. So I guess it must be nice to be one of those 200 people that get paid to do nothing other than to prop up illegal child trafficking at an industrial size scale, to prop up illegal obstruction of justice at an industrial size scale, to prop up laundering of felonies because a convicted felon wrote that down on a piece of paper, and all of a sudden the law could not be any more worthless, useless, or pathetic. Great to know that there's 200 law firms out there getting paid for nothing.
There's a liaison person who is their contact point, and that person is being fed information from the people who are working through the night in OSA, digging up whatever it is that needs to be dug up to respond to or deal with whatever came up the day before.
Right. Yeah, it's
an operation.
Yeah, right. And that's what was so painful to be in the court.
It's an operation that you set up. That's why you were able to just regurgitate real quick, right, Mike Rinder, how it all works, how it all gets done, how the client attorney privilege is really, really respected, because God forbid the client attorney privilege is lost when you're running a full-blown racketeering criminal child trafficking scheme. That could be really, really hard to lose that little privilege. So let's not put the Sea Org members to do that. Let's keep them looped out. This is on a need-to-know basis. For your eyes only is what they would write on their dispatches that they didn't want anyone to see. What type of religious enterprise really writes down for your eyes only on their disgusting criminal dispatches? Really do ask yourself that question.
Courtroom viewing, right? Because I knew, like, why are you here? You're, you know what I mean? Like, what are you, and you're typing and you're in the hall, and all I can imagine is that they're, there's poor deputy DAs, like here they are, like going at it, trying, ethically, per the law, we're going about this earnestly. They only had, have what they have available to them, right? And
right.
Right. And yet here's Scientology, a multi-billion-dollar organization with all of these like plants, like sitting behind me, sitting behind the Jane Does, typing and it just felt so ugly and wrong. And there's nothing you could do. They're allowed to be there.
Right. I understand. That's how it goes. Anyway, for anybody that has ever doubted that there is Scientology policy and that it is the pattern and practice of every single Scientologist to avoid law enforcement at all costs when it deals with the crimes of Scientology or a Scientologist, believe me, it is the way it is. And these...
Believe me, we believe you, Mike Rinder. Believe me, we believe you. Believe me, we saw with our own two eyes what in the F is getting pitched by that disgusting convicted felon that you did pitch as an American bred god, was on a mission to save a world, and all of a sudden you really should get a ton of attorneys to really enshrine a convicted felon as a god so that all the criminal policies were not going to be looked at. Isn't that great, you guys, that you can find that level of stupidity, of loophole, where all of a sudden judges are going to go, oh, it's a religious experience. Never mind. Oh, they're calling the FBI a terror organization. They're calling everyone in the courts literal downstats that couldn't get a job anywhere else. Oh, but that's their religious belief. Believe whatever. Believe whatever. Well, the belief is that all kids are adults. Oh, that's their religious belief. So what about the child trafficking laws? What about the, aggravated child abuse being a felony? Something that already Ruby Frankie, thanks to her, we already know. No matter how much religious bullshit words you throw at a felony, it doesn't erase it. Lori Day Ballo that buried her kids because she offed them. Doesn't matter how deranged she claimed to be. Doesn't matter how she was told by her whatever to do it. If you commit a criminal act because someone told you to do it, it's not going to wash away your criminal liability and your time you will spend in jail, as you have to be removed from society, as you have proven to be a clear and present danger for crimes against children who cannot defend themselves, who are owed advocates, as Ruby Frankie's kids did fortunately find for himself, that little 12-year-old that rescued himself out of that disgusting house. And the Utah police didn't just take him back to Jody, Hildebrandt, and disgusting Ruby Frankie. And no matter how Ruby Frankie tried to use all of the advices that, convicted felon L. Ron Hubbard and here little Mikey Rinder put up, typed in his little policies, oh yeah, really freeze out, don't cooperate, and then it's all gonna go away. Bullshit. But the kids that go out of the blue building, the LAPD is bringing them right the F back, just like they've done for decades. They haven't investigated a shred of a thing. They don't give an F. They'll do whatever it is that their employer tells them to do. Y'all should go see Kelly's live, DOA's live, Danny's live, all the people that have stood out there at that blue building that have shown us that kids are still in clear and present danger, that kids that escape like Miriam get the exact same result that was done decades ago when she tried to escape, as desperate as she was, only to be returned to her captors, to her child traffickers, to her child abusers. So the time to claim ignorance is nowhere to be found today, because the video recorded evidence of that evidence is already there, showing you all that this problem is alive and well.
Policies are not made up. They're not, like I said, figments of our imagination.
Open to interpretation. That's the way you understood it to mean. Yeah.
They're in the published materials of Scientology, and no matter how many times they say to the press, we don't have any policies that prevent Scientology from reporting crimes to law enforcement, they are simply lying. They're simply lying, and they know that they can get away with that lie pretty often.
Well, that's the part I don't understand. I mean, it says it.
I know, but
you know what the word suppress means? Like, it's a word. Like, look it up.
Yeah, but look at what happens, Leah. There is a report, and the reporter says, well, in testimony today in the court, look, this happened and that happened, and they say that Scientology prevented them from going to law enforcement. Mm-hmm. And Scientology responded with a statement that there is no such policy that ever prevents. And they don't go digging around any further. It's just those two things end up in the story. Right. They don't go, oh, yeah, but we went and looked, and that's bullshit. They absolutely do have policy.
But that's what's so maddening. Even when you provide the press with the information, they're like, oh, I'm like, no, yeah, like, be a journalist.
Well, that's why we want to put this out, so that there is another option.
What part of this have you played a role in, Mike Rinder, as you have had the literal media at your fingertips, the literal Tampa Bay Times eating out of the palm of your literal hand, typing up your cacamimi story where you did pitch yourself as an adult grown-ass victim, made your problems a national story. Remember, guys, the type of national story that Mike Rinder made a stink about? Oh, a man that is a quarter my size was beating me up. Wah. Where was your cooperation with them to tell them about all the systemic felonies being laundered inside of the hotel? Better luck next lifetime, I guess. That's all they ever get, those kids. Better luck next lifetime. It sucks to be you this lifetime because your parents are out of their mind, exposing you to clear and present danger.
Opportunity for people to see and note that this is just a lie, that this is Scientology policy.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Hopefully we cleared it up, Mikey.
Yeah, hopefully. We've done a bit for today, Lily.
More to come.
Mikey and Lily done their bit for today, and more to come, and blah, blah, blah. I mean, this is what we needed, Mike Rinder, from you. A continuation of this exact segment. A continuation where you could have actually explained what was going on to all the kids that we've been denouncing our abuse, denouncing the way that we were being used inside of those hotels, denouncing the fact that everything that was done to us as children is still being done to other kids, and understanding that we wouldn't wish this on our worst enemy. We wouldn't pitch this to the IRS as a way to save our world, because that is the part of the abuse that continues to be abuse for all of us child survivors of this disgusting mess. The thing that makes us lose sleep is the fact that they still do it and no one gives an F, and there's no pressure to change it. And as long as all Scientology parents are being cradled and canoodled, are being told, believe whatever, launder whatever felony, have your child essayed, and then you don't know all the data. Put a cone of silence around the child that gets essayed, as it was done with Miriam, as it was done with me, as it was done with all the other kids that this happened to. And none of this has changed. None of this has been reined back. And none of this is getting handled in any way, shape, or form, you guys. So, Natcat, thank you for being a member for 1 month. Truth and Light, no more kids in Scientology. Thank you. Lara FM, thank you for always calling it out. No more kids in Scientology. Where is the accountability from any of the executives who approved and monitored all of these crimes? Where? Where can that be found? Because the day that that's found is the day that those kids are not getting abused. Is the day that those kids are going to be told by their parents, we're not going to use these words anymore. We're not going to tell you you're a degraded being. We need to deprogram all the grooming, disgusting shit that we've done to you. Ice to See, thank you so much. Thank you for your help and thank you for your support, Ice to See. Hello, Jessica. We support getting the kids out of the cult of Scientology, and Mike Rinder and Lily are not helping, just bullshitting. I mean, again, you guys, we are on this year 2024. And there could have been an evolution. There could have been like, maybe a part awakening. Maybe they're so blindsided by their stupidity that they don't recognize all the points that we're bringing up. But you know what? The points are being brought up. So why are they playing dumb? Are they not aware of all the things that we're saying? We have receipts to back it all up. We have policies to back it all up. We have policies to say why we're so disgusted, why this is so unthinkable, why nothing has been done to rescue the kids that were there inside of the hotel. And we would know we needed saving when we were there. We needed an outside source to cancel Debbie Cook's unfettered access to kids, to tell that woman that she is also a Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids and crack. And say, no, woman, why the F do you have all of these foreign kids here? Why do they have access to their passports? Why are they auditing self-admitted pedos? Why is that happening with full oversight of all of these? Because that's the problem that they have, you guys. They're not like the, U.S. Gymnastics, Larry Nassar. Nobody knew Larry was an abuser. We had no idea. These people had it on video. These people had it transcribed. These people had it on an ethics folder. These people had it written on a KR. These people had it written on a things that shouldn't be reported. These people had it written in so many ways and possible situations. There is no other criminal case of child abuse like the one in Scientology. There is none. No one else takes the level of documented evidence on themselves. But as we know from Mike Rinder, the policy was never cooperate, never share anything, never do anything. Don't let us get discovered. Which share 1111. I love that. Just showing some love and support, Serge. I appreciate you standing up for the children. Always keep fighting. No more kids in Scientology. Thank you, Which share. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships as well. Thank you so much. We are turning the page, you guys. We are turning the page at this situation because enough is enough. And yes, Mike Rinder, nice trying to, put in 7 videos filled with misinformation, filled with altered importances, filled with things that no one should give an F about. We only give an F about you coming clean. And us asking for you to come clean should be a service to you. And if we just have to bypass you to really contextualize the rest of this video, that, what kind of child really wants to sit here and have to tell you things that we already know you know? That's the part that is disgusting. That's the part that is beyond nauseating. But we'll do the heavy lifting. Don't you worry about it. You give us a reason and we will do the heavy lifting. You show us you need to be bypassed. You play dumb in front of us and you will get bypassed. We're not above bypassing you. You're getting bypassed. You're getting put your ethics in. You're being forced to confront what you are choosing not to confront, what you are choosing to hand sanitize, selectively sanitize this, sanitize that. Go after Miriam, go after anyone else that you can blame that has nothing to do with what you did to begin this problem. And imagine you act all like, oh my God, that I've done so much. You've done jack shit, Mike Rinder. We already showed you how all the kids are in clear and present danger as we speak. And you were fully aware of all the policies you just read today. These are not breaking news to you. You were highly aware. You propped up L. Hubbard as a convicted felon. You made that choice to make your legacy. And yeah, you couldn't be more ineffective at undoing what you already know how to undo. Exactly, which woman. I would never impose those questions on a child. Never would I interfere with anyone heard of asking a child those questions. On the Joburg, you guys, they were doing it on all the kids. That's how they were grooming us. And they were getting off of it. I mean, this was being done inside of a hotel. I feel sick to my stomach and so angry that the powers that be are not holding people accountable. Well, yeah. And look at what happened, you guys. Like, they're not looking accountable and they're projecting that the FBI is public enemy number 1, that they're a terror, that all the people that work at the courthouses are just working there because they could not get another job anywhere else. I mean, pathetic. Exactly, Laura. Why hasn't Mike done a live confessing all the cover-ups and lies regarding the Lisa McPherson case? People died under his tactics of OSA. He lied under oath on her death. I mean, I don't know how Leah can sit there with him, know that he is and what he has done. Mother of cats, again, all of these adults worshipped these executives. Just as much as they worshipped L. Hubbard, they worshipped these executives. They were like, they're great, they're wonderful. We were told they were on a mission to save our world. And just like that, they have zero confront of evil. They won't confront it. They won't see it because you know what? All their cognitive dissonance will go awry the minute that they lose all their delusionary justifications for why they are the good ones that were there at the hotel. There is no such thing as the good ones. Anybody that got bit by the disgusting rhetoric of a convicted felon named L. Hubbard got compromised. And that's why this is literally no laughing matter. Exactly. We all know the saying, absolute power corrupts absolutely, Mr. Chips. I mean, that is it. L. Ron Hubbard gave these people absolute power. That's what was enticing to them about it. Oh, this person told us that we could do whatever we want and become infantile, pathetic degenerates, and we don't have to be adults anymore, and we can just regurgitate this word salad and believe ourselves very superior. It's time to check on that superiority complex. That is completely false. Thank you, Diary of a Ditch Witch. We needed this video. We needed to recalibrate this bullshit, you guys, because like I said before, with all of this garbage being spewed, what pisses me off the most too is the amount of attention and time wasted by many creators on this app that went completely exactly where Mike Rinder told them to go. They all fell for his trap. Immediately, they all face full forward, like distracting, making headlines out of all the things that he cited in these policies. Make headlines out of blood, sex, and whatever else L. Ron Hubbard said there. I mean, that's what they're doing. They don't want these things to be discussed. Gotta love how someone is sick or dying. We're supposed to whitewash their nastiness. I don't allow that with an abusive dad, and I sure didn't allow that with cult abusing kids to try and silence. Exactly, Jessica. I mean, the context is the context, and we've said a million times, nobody deserves cancer and nobody deserves child trafficking. And Mike Rinder, we would all hope that you would have been I mean, I wish you would have had 7 videos where we would all been like, oh my God, he came clean. He acknowledged that it was wrong. Like we showed you. If you have no idea how that sounds like, Mike Rinder, go listen to Cece's actual confession, because she did do one. Mr. Chips, Mike Rinder is more concerned with maintaining his positive celebrity status with the media that he is injustice for kids of Scientology, taking Scientology down. Why he never uses I in describing. Exactly. It's all this distancing language. It's all Scientology did this, Scientology did that. But why did Scientology do any of that, Mike Rinder? Go back to the beginning of when you went to the IRS with Monique Yingling, with David Miscavige and Marty Rathbun on a mission to save a world that didn't save shit. You trafficked us. That's what you gained. That's what the IRS enabled you to do. Traffic us from another country. We're disgusted. We're sick that happened. That's why you're Ghislaine Maxwell on steroids. Leah never asked questions like, so Mike, what were you feeling while you were doing that? And how do you feel now about what you did and what you're doing to yourself to deal with those feelings? Yes, Andy. I mean, like I said, I think Leah got a lot more out of him than anybody has, to be honest, because, you know, he feels very safe with her. And again, Mike Rinder, it's like, how many years have you had to come clean? It's the problem. When you're being bypassed, of course, you're not going to like it. Of course, you're not going to be like, yay. But we've lost our hope. We've lost our patience with you. You've been nowhere to be found, literally corroborating anything. Like, you're just oppressed at your celebrity image status of a man who was not on a mission to save our world. Breaking news to you, because your products don't speak for themselves. And mind you, no one's patting themselves in the back right now. We haven't achieved jack shit either. If kids are escaping out of the blue building and being returned to the blue building, we have all failed. And it requires for us to refocus more on this mission, refocus more on the advocacy, figure out how to be effective. It's up to us adults to think for those kids. and advocate in a way that it lands and that it stops the abuse. Whatever in the hell needs to happen so that all 21 and under kids get taken out of the hotels, get taken out of the courses, get taken out of the disgusting ethics handlings and audits. That's what needs to be banned. That's what needs to be stopped. And even if we have to speak for 4 hours, we will do the marathons. We will do whatever it takes because that's what it's going to take, Mike Rinder. So before you really go, oh, I don't know why they're doing 4 hours, because it's needed. As long as we see that everyone's playing dumb, as long as we see that there's like, reasons for people to still act like there's a lot of confusion going on, the Scientology subject has been purposely made confusing. So this is not by accident. This is not by, we really wanted to say this and that. It's all been made confusing, and yet it isn't. It's child trafficking. It's textbook. Go double check the law. It's advocacy of children that are owed this advocacy by including but not limited to the kids that left and go, why didn't anyone speak up for me when I was there? Why didn't anyone call out the pathetic bullshit delusions of all the grown-ups that are acting very infantile, dangerously infantile? Why did no one denounce the word salad that the convicted felon literally put on the public record so that everyone could launder criminal acts at an industrial size scale? That's all we have left to do. Exactly. And no pure for kids either. No saunas with men half dressed, with women half dressed, telling you, I really knew you in another lifetime. We were probably at 2D. All manner of inappropriate, disgusting things get thrown to kids like that, you guys. Just with their literal word salad language, they can be flirting with a kid, essaying a kid, and they have a little paradise of child abuse brewing. In what world are you not disgusted? Scientology parents, Scientology adults that were all part of this. It's a tragedy that you have no conscience. It's a tragedy that you don't feel disgusted, quite frankly. It is simple. Exactly, dastardly. Attacking a victim of abuse is just as low as you could go. I wonder how we feel if it was happened to one of his boys. It's helpful to try to put themselves in someone else's shoes. And exactly, that's what we called out. Like, his boys right now are the ages where we were already being told to sign up contracts, getting groomed to audit adults, and put in disgusting, unthinkable positions that we don't wish any child end up in anymore. It's been happening for far too long. And if it's not repudiated by the people that were there and saw it and were forced to be witnesses to something so disgusting, then what type of hope can any child inside of these hotels and commercial buildings have? And all of you did get it, and now we have this entire review of how Scientology covers up crimes, because in this video, you guys, at least he admitted to a lot more than he admitted on those last 7 whitewashing videos. And that's why I really, thought that we needed to discuss this in full. I covered it in 3 parts, the beginning of this video before, and I knew it was going to take an exorbitant amount of time to really review it all, but it's all right here. It's all right here. The problem with everything that we've discussed in all our videos is right here. And we need more advocates to understand what the problem is. We need more advocates to understand that it's not a joke, that the problem is alive and well, that there is a clear and present danger, that the FBI was labeled a terror organization and public enemy number 1 by L. Ron Hubbard and his entire command of adult surrogates. Because they bought the book, they bought the pitch, they're implementing it in their own household. So What type of real legal protections can these people really have when they have no respect for the law, when they have literally spent so much time and ink denigrating the integrity of the rule of law, where they don't believe there's any due process, where they project that the FBI thinks everyone is guilty and no one is innocent, yet that's what the Scientology people were doing inside the hotels. Exactly. Even many who get out continue to cover up the crimes against kids. I mean, that's the problem. We have to restimulate their withhold, you guys. That's what L. Hubbard did teach us inside of that hotel. That withholds have to be restimulated. Whatever these people don't want to say, they're choosing not to say it because it's convenient not to say it. It's convenient to play dumb. It's convenient to, oh, I'm ignorant. I have no idea. I have no clue about anything. Well, how convenient? Let's make it a little less convenient to forget about that. Yes, and thank you to all 100 of you that have stayed with us for this entire 4 hours. We're literally going to close it at 4 hours, you guys, because this is a marathon. We ran a marathon today. Handmaid's Tale. That's exactly what it is. Playing dumb when we confront them, you know, but the more information that is out there, the more we can speak to the facts. Because abusers only win when there's confusion. Abusers only win when nobody understands what is what. Predators only thrive in an environment of secrecy, innuendo, false, hofty ideas of like, oh yeah, we're going to save a world. You never gave an F about saving nothing. You were on a power trip. The power trip was delusional. The power trip was psychotic. So lay off the power trip, come back to reality, ground yourself, humble yourself, atone for what you've done, show people that there is hope for even the most disgusting people who were ensnared in something so disgusting. There can be hope. There can be redemption. It starts by them acknowledging what they've done. That's it. That's anything anyone could ask for. And it starts not because we give an F. We figured it out, Mike Rinder. You don't have to apologize to us. If you hate us, if you, whatever the hell you want to project on us, we don't give an F about your apology. We want to have the abuse end for kids. If you see us pressed, if you see us pissed, if you see us literally demanding accountability, it has nothing to do with a personal, nothing to do with you. We recognize that you were there at the top of the pyramid scheme. We recognize you're not the only one that was there. You had plenty of enablers. You had plenty of other co-conspirators. You had our own parents roped in to this criminal act. So it's not just you, it's you and our own very own parents. So you're in the company of all Scientology parents. You are not alone whatsoever. Teres, I love a marathon. Thanks for speaking your truth. Thank you for coming to the marathon, you guys. It's definitely a marathon. But you know what? If you run a marathon in 4 hours, that's a pretty good time. And we did cover a lot. And this video will live in the consciousness of this YouTube. And whoever journalist wants to go, oh, but we were told it's a religion. Well, you know what? You've got 300 videos plus that we've made on the subject. And we have over 100 of you that have already listened to this just on this live alone and continue to understand the assignment, understand the victims, understand why we are saying what we're saying and why it matters. It would be great to hear more survivors of COS on the council and board calls. They seem to think the protesters are just there to be annoying about the planters, but they're missing all the points. Definitely. I mean, they're also playing dumb at the city. Don't forget. I mean, I've been able to go to a few of those so far. I definitely need to make it to more, but they're also playing dumb, and we need to protest outside of City Hall. We need to protest outside the courthouse. We need to protest outside all the enablers of this disgusting abuse. So none of them can play dumb. But, and I think that the planters is an issue that starts to give us an opening into this corruption, you guys, because the fact that those planters aren't getting removed is really, blasting the level of corruption that the city of Los Angeles has in aiding and abetting industrial child trafficking to happen. Had the city of Los Angeles reined back Mike Rinder, we would have never been in this position. That's the problem with the city of Los Angeles too. No conscience, no ethics. It is a clear and present danger to society. Near normal SP, exactly. Thank you, Mr. Chips. Kelly, YouTube fan, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chips, for becoming a member. I need to go to the CPAP meeting with audit. Okay, I'm going to look into that. That's how we expose the corruption. Exactly, Mudkipper. Okay, you guys. Well, we did it. We did it. It was amazing seeing many people from the low field take photos of you and Laura's art protests. Yes, and more art protests will be happening, you guys. I mean, we'll be definitely doing a lot more of that. So thank you all from the bottom of all the kids that grew up in the Scientology hotels and commercial buildings who are not even aware that there's any advocacy going on for them. Thank you to all of you who are listening. Thank you to all of you who are giving us your precious time. Thank you to all of you who are supporting us on this journey, demanding accountability, because the corruption can only thrive when the facts aren't exposed, aren't known, and the kids can be abused willy-nilly. But the more we expose this horrific criminal activity that is state-sponsored as we speak by the state of California, by the state of Florida, by the state of Kansas, by the state of Texas, by Utah, like it's all across state lines, this problem. So the more we understand the assignment, the more you can become educated about what the problem is, the more we can put testimony on the record, exposing the facts that need to be confronted. They're not easy to confront. They're not easy to talk about. Nobody wants to hear about kids being abused. And that's what's been happening. That's why they've been getting away with it. Nobody wants to be doing this, but it has to be done. And we can only do what we wish someone would have done for us when we were stuck in that hotel, completely at the mercy of complete psychopaths, self-entitled sycophants of a convicted felon. We don't want that anymore, and we are not going to have it. And there is going to be a day where there is no more kids exposed to the scourge of the rhetoric of the convicted felon that is not in any way, shape, or form an American-bred God. So thank you guys so much. Have a wonderful evening, and I will see you all soon. Bye-bye.